Yes. All right. Okay. Something new for today. Bringing more massive values, I would say, in a new type of way because I'm starting phase two. And even just yesterday, I wasn't even sure what to do. But I gotta just play it through. And I got the first two steps, and I'm gonna go from there. So, starting a new journey today on a new stage. It's like I'm finding my way through a new maze, but this is fun to me. So I'm gonna see how it works out. And without a doubt, I believe it's possible. Mindset is right, so it has to work. Every time, respect to all the people, respect to everybody that gives me strength, and I send it back too. So I'm just making sure that the stream is working right. Yes, it is awesome. Back to the business. So yeah, I would have liked to have gone live yesterday and just did it like nonstop, phase one to phase two, but there were some things I had to do that I didn't really realize. I had to get the vision right. Had to really understand like what is all in front of me, mostly security, because having someone's hack my site is not where I want to be. So I just made sure that I understood what the vision is for phase two, so I understand what I'm gonna do, so I can bring massive value to you. And let's see. I think I just got to, yeah, there we go. Awesome. Checking to make sure everything is good. All right. Yeah, looks good. Awesome. Volume should be working. Yeah, feeling good about phase two. And everything I do seems to be flowing easily. So, yes, all is well. Job E, hope you're doing good too. Massive respect to you every time. And yeah, I got a lot of cool things on my mind that I want to get done today. So, basically, the first step that I need to do is do an audit. But it's not like the audits I was doing before, audits that were checking the code for bugs and stuff like that. I need to essentially, I'm going to be building a hub, right? To where all these tools and more, and the tools will be better, will exist in one place. So what I got to do is do an audit of all the different tools so that the hub knows what's there. So basically, I'm gonna mostly be working with Claude Code. I'm going to be having it. First off, I gotta have it create the file structure for the hub. Then what I gotta do is go through the apps and make a file that is, what is this kind of file called? I'm gonna go into Claude Code in plan mode and create this hub blueprint MD. So today is going to be all about the blueprint, the master plan. It's going to map the 29 apps to the financial hub. And usually with a business, what I would be doing first is doing like the problem and the solution and create the name. But for today, I realized that, I've never built something like this before. From the research I did, I found out that what I want to do is create this master plan first, and then I'm going to have a bunch of contacts that I can get to help me generate names. So most likely, the naming will be tomorrow and that part of the business. But who knows? Maybe I'll fly through this quick. I got everything set up, so hopefully it doesn't take too much time. But I think really, this is really major for just kind of like understanding how everything is going to go together, because I got to give I got to give Claude the right information so it knows how to build it. And if what I realized at first, or what I thought at first, was that, like, I would just start building the hub. But after doing research, what I found out is I want to make sure I get all the right information first for the foundation. So then it's going to build the hub right from the start. So I could just start building the hub and, like, just feed it information as I go. But then it's really not going to flow. I want to do it professional. So yeah, it's going to be an MD file. And I haven't even created a Claude MD yet. I'm starting with the apps I have. So today's going to be starting out. First thing is going to be the MD blueprint, the master plan. And looks like I will be just starting out with Claude Code. So let's see here. Just got to get the main folder first. So yeah, that'll be first. Then I'm going to do the Claude MD, then the style guide MD. And before I was putting my style stuff in the Claude MD, now I learned that it's better to have a style MD. And then I'll do a tech stack MD. So step one is going to be the transformation audit. This would really be research. Like if I hadn't already built all these different parts of the hub and I was starting from scratch, this would basically be what I would be doing. But um, I've already done most of the research when I was building the apps. So basically, I'm just going to go through the apps and I'm going to give the right information on each app to the MD file and have it build it for me. So want to describe each app as a solution and a transformation, because what this is all about is this hub is to provide a transformation for people, a transformation to where they can have more abundance, that where they can basically become good investors, to where they can have their money work for them, transform from a world to where the small minority 1% of people control the majority of the money, because most people don't understand this stuff. These the rich people, they got so much money, their money works for them, and it's compounding every day, and they just make so much more. And everybody else for the most part is working for the money, but that doesn't have to be like that. So if we can make I believe with this hub that basically I can create the best finance hub on the internet, or anywhere really, that can take people from beginner or wherever they are to consistently winning investor that can knows how to make their money work for them. And the majority of this wealth out here will be more equally distributed. So that would be the transformation. Then I'm going to build the basically the skeleton of the hub. Then I'm going to do the database. Then I'm going to put in the AI coach. So I mean, right there, just like having an AI coach that could be on the same level as investing coach. I mean, investment coaches are going to cost people, you know, thousands of dollars for a good one. So right there, just being able to have a coach for the little amount that I'll be charging is something I've never seen before. So how's it going? Looking at the comments, how's it going, Hypnos? Good to see you again. Massive respect every time. Tonight I am starting to build the financial hub. So I'm basically building the main product. I'm building the place where people are going to turn from, for a very, very small price, they're going to be able to go from a beginner or wherever they are that's not an expert, and it's going to turn them into an expert, and it's going to provide them with the tools they need to become financially free and possibly even create their own trading bots so that, once they get their style down and once they understand how this works, this hub would be able to create a trading bot for them based on their style. Because if it just created a random trading bot, they wouldn't know how to, they wouldn't understand how it's working, even if they were winning, and the market structures will change. And then when the market structures change, they're not going to understand like how to update their trading bots. So basically, I will have uh, a hub where people can create their own custom bots that they will be able to make itself better. They'll be able to improve it over time. And yeah, feeling really good about this. Just going through the flow of how it's gonna go and what I'm gonna show, starting with the user journey. All right, so this blueprint is gonna be a markdown file, and that is basically like a spreadsheet. So before Claude Code, I would have had to go and create a spreadsheet, create all the different columns and rows and everything like that, fill in the information. But now I can just have Claude create it. I can tell Claude the information, and Claude will update the sheet and fill it out. So there's a few reasons that this is a better way to go than basically creating an Excel file. Um, There's token efficiency. Claude Code can read a .md file in the repository much better and more accurately than an external Excel file. So, I mean, I guess even if someone was trying to work on something and their information was already on an Excel file, they could just give that file to Claude and Claude could turn it into an MD file. But what I learned from planning this is that it's way better to have Claude work from this MD file, markdown file, also for not just token efficiency, but also the plan to build bridge. When I finally get done with plan mode and start building the hub, I'll just be able to simply tell Claude, hey, read the blueprint MD and generate the Supabase schema based on the data points that are listed in the MD. So this is going to be kind of like, the blueprint, like the central to everything. Yes, I'm seeing the comments. The machine is back. The machine has come online every time. So I gotta find the way through a new challenge today, and I'm into phase 2, as I would say. So I'm going over kind of like the blueprint, what I'm gonna do today, and I'm going over. I did go over like kind of a step by step of how to build this hub. So Let's see. Got the transformation audit, most important step, single database of value, the AI coach, and the brain for the hub are both going to be referencing what I'm going to be creating today. You'd like to see me try to do something in 3D. Um, I'm not really sure what you mean. I'm guessing you're talking about like create something that is in 3D. But so like yeah, I think I've seen people create like 3D designs and stuff with AI before, and that would be cool. I just don't know where. If you got any suggestions, and yes, I do have a plan. I do have a plan. Right now I don't. I have a very like basic plan, and I've really only done made it less basic for the first like step or two. So just like just like everything else is I only know like really like the first like step or two in front of me, and I have a vision of where I want to be. So I'm just gonna do it one step at a time, and not worry, and just keep it easy and breezy, so that at the end of the day I'm enjoying the process. I don't have to take it seriously. I'm just flowing with the universe, and doing one step at a time, keeping my mind focused on the most important thing. Love and joy is all I bring. You thought that I came up with ideas on the daily. I do. But yeah, this is a new phase. I've never done this before, so I just came up with these ideas yesterday basically. I wanted to just go live yesterday and just like go from phase 1 to phase 2, but I didn't realize how much there was to do. So yeah, this is really just learning as I go and staying in the flow. And business is something that I already know. The vibe coding is really like the heart of the show, so that's where it's going to be the most interesting to me, because I really am just creating something, taking my business knowledge and creating something new. But yeah, what do you want to see in 3D? Let me know. Try to add it into the show. So I'm going to open Claude Code in plan mode. I'm going to give it the prompt for the blueprint MD. I'm going to give it the information on the apps, the problem, the transformation, the core data, the marketing hook, and create the file structure for what I got so far. Yes, it does. Going with the flow, business is something that I already know. So, welcome to the show. And, it's going to keep rhyming as the time is flying, because every day I'm all right, I'm okay. So, it's going to be a different type of value in a different type of way. But, at the end of the day, it's all going to stay money. Gonna run in the treadmill, putting me on the TV, not gonna be commenting. Do what you gotta do. That sounds like a plan. So yeah, I was just gotta set that treadmill on the hill setting though, and run backwards. It's really good for your knees. I was just running up the snow hill today before it melted, doing my snow skating, and yeah, from running all the time, I can tell you that it's good to switch it up, especially if you're on the treadmill, and just run backwards. We got a Mario clone. Uh, yeah, I guess that sounds cool to me. I should start rapping. I already started. I've been rapping since the start of the show, because every day is a different flow. And some days I feel it more than others. Some days like effortlessly. Some days, but see, I'm not trying to rhyme. I gotta make sure that it just flows without effort. Cause when I try to rhyme, it's like it doesn't work that time. All right. So why? Okay, I'm going to use all new APIs. Essentially, what's gonna happen is the apps are gonna live in their folders. They're in new folders, all separately, and the hub will be in like one folder, and it will just reference the other folders. So yeah, this is gonna be awesome. This is like a way bigger project than what I was doing before, but now I got my mind wrapped around how it's gonna work, and I'm excited to get it done. Who knows how long it'll take? I'm just gonna do everything as professional as I can and stick to the plan and yeah, see where it goes. All right. So the first thing before I even do that blueprint MD file is I'm going to create the directory structure. This will be the architecture for the phase 2 project. So I'm going to create the folder, a new folder in my dev folder. For now, I'll just call it the Finance Hub. Send it over to Claude or to VS Code, I mean. And I'm not sure if I'll get to anything in the terminal today. Sounds like mostly I will be working in plan mode. Right, here goes the first prompt of the hub. I'm going to create a directory structure, docs planning folder at the root. Inside docs planning, create the hub blueprint ND. That's going to be a different prompt because there's more to that. Right. Yes, there we go. Oh, looks like they changed their layout. When I'm switching to plan mode, it used to be right under where the cursor is right now, but they changed it and put it over here. All right, but I'm in plan mode now, so now I'm going to create the blueprint MD. Yeah. So now I'm going to be describing the first app to Claude. So this hub is before I was doing these like different individual apps. This is going to be like a bridge between fragmented amateur and a unified pro. So essentially, just using those apps, they help, but by unifying them together, it's going to take people from amateur to pro as far as investing goes. So what it was like before. Before this hub, I guess it doesn't exist yet, but I already see it in my mind. Like I already, have the abundance mindset. It's already live to me. It already exists in my mind. I just got to make that reality that other people can see it. But before this existed, most traders have like 10 tabs open, like 5 different apps. They got their notebook or their journal. Their data is scattered around, different sources. And most of the mistakes they make come from these tools not being able to talk to each other. So the hub is going to be a single ecosystem where all the different pieces of data, all the different charts, they all live in one brain. So people can do less guessing and more building and more winning. The AI coach is going to be the differentiator. The apps, the features are all kind of like the different sensors. The AI coach is going to be the intelligence. The apps give the hub eyes to see the market. The coach is the brain that interprets what the eyes see. It's not just a tool, it's a mentor that will know your history, your habits, and your specific edge. So people are going to be getting a roadmap. It's not like these other sites, these other exchanges where you just go on and you figure it out. Everyone will start at level 1, and as they master each tool, they'll unlock the advanced AI automated strategies. So I'm not just giving people the fish. I'm going to teach them how to own the ocean with the blue ocean strategy. If you know what that is, respect every time. You got in business, what they talk about is blue ocean strategy and red ocean strategy. Well, I would say investment tools is definitely a red ocean strategy, meaning like all the sharks are swimming around looking for the fish to eat. But with business, what you want to do is find the blue ocean. So this is still going to be an investing tool, but it's going to be just different and better than anything else out there. So like an old way of looking at it is, like someone might have like a calculator tool for doing different pips, understanding like how much they can make and invest with each trade. The hub will manage the risks so you never have to worry about blowing an account again. In the past, people would be like, yeah, I have like an RSI technical indicator that I'm using, but in the future with this hub, it will be able to identify market exhaustion so you stop buying the top. So it's more than just having the tools, it's going to be the coach and the tools. So in the past, people had a lot of different tools. The hub is a complete trading operating system that evolves with your skill level. All right, so first app is going to be the RSI, which is the hype checker. So yeah, see in the comments, have I tried Google Stitch yet? No, I have not, but I might as well see what that is right about now. Stitch generates UIs for mobile and web applications, making design ideation fast and easy. That's good to know. And yeah, that's a part where I I'd be really surprised if I got to the UI today. But when I do, this will be something that I'll want to look into. Yeah, it looks like some of these they got some templates. Um Wondering how customizable they are. It's like easy to edit. Looks like all their templates are that I'm seeing. I mean, I'm only seeing maybe like 4 or 5, but they all look pretty similar. So 5 design is here. Stitch makes UI creation incredibly simple. Let's just switch it over to the there we go. No matter your background or expertise, Stitch will help you bring your ideas to life. It's through Google Labs. Oh, so all I have to do is draw something and then describe what I want. That's cool. And I'm sure this UI part, I will be trying a bunch of different things and just going with whatever I think works best. So I can get a professional design. It's like vibe designing. That sounds cool. Yeah, that's. I feel like they should like if they because like I'm just looking at their site and like going scrolling all the way through the site. I don't see that. And that's the coolest feature out of anything I've seen. I've been reading like pretty much everything this does. But I feel like it should say that right at the top, like, draw your own designs and then it can design it professionally. Because, like, if it doesn't have that, if it doesn't say that at the top, I look at this and this just really doesn't look like any different from any other UI tool that I've seen. But yeah, that part, like you explaining that to me, that definitely is a good reason to use this. So yeah, I'm gonna write that down right now. Google Stitch. That's cool too. It can has like a two-way feedback loop. The AI coding agent. So in this my case, it would probably be Claude or maybe even Gemini by the time I get there. Who knows? Can look at the stitch designs, request direct layout edits, or automatically generate design variants for testing without you manually shuffle context between your design tool and your code editor. Okay. Yeah, this has all kind of awesome features, but yeah, like the one you're telling me about, I could just draw something, and that sounds like the most customization of any UI tool I've seen. So yeah, that sounds like I definitely got to try out this one. All right, so let's see. I've already got the auto report for the first app, the Hype Checker RSI. And I might as well have Gemini. create a prompt for me. All right, so I'm thinking I want to see a prompt. What do you think is the best way to explain this first app to Claude Code so it gets the right information in the right spots in the blueprint MD? All right, so we got to have the legacy path, the pain, beginners by the top due to emotional FOMO and lack of. I'm going to have to copy and paste it to read that. All right. Here we go. All right, so we got I need to integrate the first legacy app audit into our central blueprint. So beginners by the top due to emotional FOMO and lack of objective exhaustion data. The transformation, this shifts the user from an emotional chaser to a disciplined sniper. Using a traffic light system for market exhaustion. AI coach logic, it will monitor the RSI divergence, prices high versus RSI low or high, and time frame confluence. If RSI is greater than 70 for 5 or more candles, trigger the exhaustion warning. All right. So Figma stock is down 70% since Stitch came out. I'm going to check that out. Whoa. So yeah, not sure when Stitch first came out, but Figma has been going down since it first came out. This would be the just looking at the daily chart. Um you missed a zero. I'm not sure where the zero is. So yeah, basically, this looks like it's been down about 70%. Um but as you can see here, uh it went up the first day it came out, started at 85. By day 2, it made it all the way up to 141, and day 2 started its crash. It only went up for 1 day, and it's been going down pretty much every day. Look, it made that gap right there. So if you don't know about these, usually people call them CME gaps. Most times when a gap like that is created from like price movement that happened, usually after hours, those gaps usually get filled. It's usually like if I would have been trading this around here and I would have seen this gap, I would have probably tried to make a trade with a sell order like right around here, because I would know it's most likely it's going to fill this gap. So yeah, anyways, this Figma has not been looking good. And honestly, it's looking like once it's looking like something I want to put on my watch list for buying stocks, because once I learn more about Figma and I see these tech, this is honestly pretty common for like a tech stock, a new tech stock. Usually like they hype it up a ton the first day it comes out, and then it just like tanks right away. Then it finds its bottom way lower than anyone could imagine, and then it usually ends up, in a short amount of time, like I say, within a year, it'll come back up to like where it started. So yeah, this actually, now that you brought it up, I'm gonna look into Figma more, and if I think it has long-term value, I might start buying some of it. But yeah, that's good to know. I always like to see charts like this, as long as I'm not buying it up here. Um, yeah, that's interesting. All right, so I'm gonna go back to Claude. Gonna check out what it's doing so far with the Blueprint MD. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's working right. It's creating the right thing, just like I thought it would. See what app 2 is gonna be. App 1 was the RSI, the hype checker. Okay. Stock hype checker was number 1. All right. Now we got the breakout buddy. I think I need to get up Vercel and then just open these one at a time. Just learning something new. Once I get going, I'll get flowing. Already did the first one. I wonder if I could put these projects in alphabetical order on Vercel. Does not look so. Okay, I remember this one, the breakout buddy. Your crypto watchman. We monitor the volume so you don't have to. All right, and it's a breakout tool for crypto, but everything's gonna be for everything. So like originally it was just for crypto. Okay, I see. Okay, for tool number 2, I've got the breakout buddy. This is a crypto watchman that monitors the volume so you don't have to. So what it does, it can just sit on the background of your computer, and it lets you know if there's a breakout alert. So if price just broke out of a consolidation range and there's also volume to support the breakout, then it will put off an alert. And it also gives alerts if if price is in a consolidation phase and the volume is climbing. I think I set it up that the volume had to be like 2 to 3 times the average for it to be hit the alert. So basically, like this is the first one I'm explaining to you. I don't know if I included everything you need. Let me know if there's any more information you need so that you can, give me the same information you did for app one. So the ghost sitter. Beginners lose money and time because they try to watch 50 charts at once. They either miss the move entirely because they were grabbing coffee, or they stare at a sideways chart for 6 hours getting bored, take a boredom trade that hits their stop loss. They enter the trade after the big green candle is already printed, FOMO, or they buy a breakout that has zero volume support to a bull trap. The transformation from anxious watcher to executive responder. The hub transforms the user's workflow by turning the market into a passive notification engine, staring at TradingView for 8 hours a day, feeling exhausted and reactive. That's what a lot of people do. Living their life knowing the watchman is hunting for high probability setups. They only need to open the hub when the 3x volume alert triggers, allowing them to trade with fresh eyes and high energy. The AI coach data. When the alerts hits, the AI coach should validate the quality of the breakout. This is a 3x volume. Or is this 3x volume a single whale or a sustained surge in retail participation? How long was the consolidation? Okay. So this way people can stop babysitting their charts. Breakout Buddy hunts the 300% volume surges in the background so you can stop staring and start striking. Awesome. Yo, what is up, Kai? Hope you're doing good every time. Respect. So yeah, good to see you back. Just get it started on phase 2, creating the hub. And I'm doing the hub blueprint MD file, which is gonna be like the blueprint that everything refers to. So essentially, I'm building out the hub, and the hub is going to connect with each one of these tools, and I'm going to, add more features and make the tools better once they're on the hub. And the coach is also going to be referencing the this MD file. So app 3 is going to be breakout radar. So that's awesome. Seeing in the comments, someone's understanding everything I'm doing now. Um, well, that sounds like they understand more than I do because I still don't understand everything yet. But that's good to know that at least I'm explaining it in a way that is resonating with you, and you can see at least like so far what I do. But yeah, I really don't know everything yet. I just know these first few steps, and I have the vision of what the hub is going to be, what it's going to do. So who knows what step 3, step 4 is going to be, but when I get there, I'll see. Let's break out radar. Okay, yeah, we got the major floor and the major ceiling. Okay, I remember this one now. Steel walls, yep. The next tab is called the breakout radar. Can find where prices keep bouncing, potential floors and ceilings. So this app, you can look up a ticker and it will show you the major floor and the major ceiling. Does back testing based on the price hitting that ceiling, and gives information on what percentage the moves usually are after it hits the ceiling. And like all these apps has education station or some education for beginners to help them understand this, or just anybody who needs a brush up on how to understand what it is. So the breakout radar adds a layer of historical probability that moves us from just watching the present, like the breakout buddy, to understanding the math of the past. This is a huge value add for the hub's education station. The pane is the invisible wall. Beginners often buy a breakout right into a massive historical ceiling or sell at a floor support only to watch the price immediately reverse. They feel like the market is rigged against them because they don't see the structural levels where big institutions are waiting to sell or buy. They enter trades with zero statistical edge, essentially guessing whether a level will hold or break. So this is going to give people a transformation from a lot of people are just trading on blind luck or investing off blind luck to giving them a statistical edge or like a high probability map. Trading with the house odds, the user will then know when whatever ticker they're looking at hits this ceiling, it historically breaks through, say for example, 65% of the time with an average 8% move. This builds institutional patience. Got the markdown file. Most of these tools, if not all of them, have like an education station or like cards that have different lessons that help mostly beginners, but I even found myself getting like brushed up on information from them sometimes. The main thing I'm wondering is like, because it's on like every tool, should I be adding the education station part to the blueprint MD file for each app? Okay, that's good to know. Don't repeat the education station details for every single app. Instead, we should treat the education station as a core service of the hub rather than a feature of an individual tool. Okay. In software architecture, this is called a cross-cutting concern. So yeah, I don't want to add the education station to all the 29 apps when they're on the hub. That does make sense. So I'm going to tell that to Claude right now. I was telling you information about an education station that is on each one of these apps, but as far as putting these apps onto a hub, there will not be an education station on each individual app or feature of the hub. There will just be an education station on the hub. So yeah, just keep that in mind that you can go for the first 3 apps on the Blueprint MD and just remove anything about an education station. And you don't have to put anything about any kind of education station on any more of the apps that's going to be in the blueprint file. Awesome. On to number 4. This one's going to be the candle coach. Okay. The next app is called the Candle Coach. This app is where you can put in a ticker. It pulls up the monthly candlestick chart and it highlights the most recent candle and it translate what that candle is. So in this case, it's actually showing that the current monthly candle is the second part of a 2 candle pattern called bullish engulfing. And then it explains like what that is. And then underneath there is a pattern library that shows 16 different patterns. It shows some single candle patterns, then double candle patterns, then triple candle patterns. So basically it's like reading candlesticks for people, or candlestick patterns. So as you can see, it's showing that Coinbase is showing a buy. According to the candlestick patterns, this is a current monthly chart, so it's even stronger signal for a buy signal. But I mean, I was telling you guys that I saw that back down here. I was telling you guys I was buying during phase one. I was buying Coinbase when it was down to like 140, something like that. So traders often look at a chart and see price moving, but they don't understand the story the candles are telling. They see a big green candle and they don't realize it's a bullish engulfing pattern, a massive signal that buyers have completely overwhelmed sellers. The result is they hesitate or enter too late because they're waiting for a news headline to tell them what the chart already said 3 days ago. All right. Transformation from the transformation this provides is going to be from observer to interpreter. The hub acts as a universal translator for price action. Before, people would not understand candles. After being able to use this hub, they will be able to translate. The hub will even translate for them and then explain to them what's going on. So and the coach will help them with that too. So people can stop reading the news, start reading the tape. Candle Coach translates raw price action into plain English so you can spot the big institutional moves before they hit the headlines. Go. Yeah, I like this new like UI feature. Like it's showing me like what file it's writing to right now that I'm in the hub blueprint MD. So I can always see what it's doing. That helps a ton. Do not remember seeing that feature before. Ready for app number 5. The Candle Quest. See in the comments what Claude and Codex plans do I got. I got the Claude Max, and Codex is, I don't know what the plan is called, but it's just like the $20 a month, like the lowest plan you can get. I use way more Claude than Codex. Codex I just use for audits, so I've never even got close to hitting any limits on my Codex app or Codex tool, or what would you call it? Agent. Yep. Okay. All right. So we got the oh yeah, this is a game. Learn candlestick patterns through play. The next app is the Candle Quest. This is a game. You can learn candlestick patterns through play. Level 1 is learn to read individual candlestick shapes. Level 2 is 2 to 3 candle sets. Level 3 is 3 candles or sequences. Level 4 is the sequences plus volume. And I would like to add more levels later. And with all these, I'll be making these better once they're on the hub in any way I can. And also let me know if you need more info from me with any of these apps when I give you the information. So Candle Coach provides the data, Candle Quest provides the discipline. By gamifying the learning process, solving the boredom gap. Where most traders quit before they actually learn the skill. The pain is the information overload wall. Beginners often try to learn all 60 candlestick patterns in one day. They get overwhelmed, forget 90% of what they read, and then make mistakes in real time because they can't distinguish between a hammer and a hanging man under pressure. They abandon technical analysis entirely, claiming it doesn't work, when in reality they just hadn't built the muscle memory. So this is going to take people from rote memorization to instinctive reflex. The hub turns the learning curve into a path of mastery. Before, boring PDF guides and static cheat sheets and a lot of like video courses out there that are hard to apply to live charts. And now there's going to be a tiered progression system. By the time the user hits level 4, they aren't thinking about the pattern, they're reacting to it. They built the same pattern recognition that professional floor traders have. And the AI coach can track the user's progress across the levels. So they can stop studying, start playing. Candle Quest turns the world's most profitable chart patterns into a 4-level gauntlet so you can build pro-level instincts without risking a cent. See what's next. The capital buys, and I'm just going through these in alphabetical order. The next app is called Capital Buys. You can see what Congress is buying. Shows things like total disclosures in the last 90 days, average reporting lag, strong signals, buys versus sells. There's 8 buys versus 2 sells. Notes for beginners, like lawmakers have up to 45 days to disclose trades. You can search a stock by ticker and it will show basically the last, I believe it was like 6 months of buys or sells by anyone who would be subjected, any politician or their family or friends that would be subjected to file a report with the SEC every time they make a buy. So like it shows the recent purchases on one side and the recent sales on the other. And then it gives a rating based on like, you know, how long ago the buy was, um who bought it. Was it the actual politician themselves or their families? Was the buy or sell on something that was actually in their own sector? So today I'm building the hub. First day. Feeling good about it. Getting there. Um what I'm building right now, part of the hub, is called the Blueprint MD. So essentially I have to add all the information that is going to be on the hub. So like all the different features of the hub. And then this is like a Blueprint MD that, you know, everything from the hub is going to reference, whether it's the hub itself, in order to, you know, understand how everything's wired together, or the coach, or the I guess you would call it. So there's going to be like a coach, and then there's also going to be kind of like a guide to take people through the hub. Also for like database stuff, basically everything. I guess yeah, everything is going to rely on this the blueprint. Okay, so Capital Buys is all about following the smart money or informed money. Adds a layer of investigation to the finance hub that makes it feel like a professional intelligence terminal. Oh, I could just upload the link and Gemini will use the URL context to get everything from the site. Yeah, I should try that. It never I'll try that for the next one for sure. So that's good to know. All right, that'll make things flow. So we got the pain point is information asymmetry. Beginners feel like the game is rigged because they're the last to know about policy shifts, government contracts, or industry regulations that move stocks. The symptom is a user buys a stock based on a chart pattern only to have it dumped because of new regulation they didn't see coming, but a lawmaker sold 30 days prior. So the result that retail traders stay at the bottom of the food chain, eating the scraps of those who have legislative alpha. The transformation from victim to shadow trader. The hub provides a political radar that levels the playing field. Before, feeling like a pawn in a game played by elites, and after, acting like a shadow. If a politician on the energy committee is stacking a specific solar stock, the user doesn't need to know the why, they just follow the who. It turns rigged into predictable. So trade like you're on the inside. Capital Buys tracks the legislative alpha of DC, so you can shadow the trades of the people who make the rules. Okay. Somebody on the stream mentioned that I could just for each one of these apps, I could just like paste the URL of the app, and then I wouldn't have to tell you anything. You could just come up with all the information. Is this true? Okay, so Kai, I'm getting a different answer from Gemini. Um, Gemini is telling me that technically that you're partially right, but as Gemini is my lead consultant, they're giving me the owner's reality on why I shouldn't rely on that 100% for our current audit. It has a URL context tool. It can visit the link, scrape the text, and summarize what it sees. It can definitely do that. However, there's three reasons why our current one-by-one conversation is actually better for building the Finance Hub. The vibe factor, a URL tells Gemini what the app is, code and text. It doesn't tell what I intended it to be. When I explain it to Gemini, I'm giving Gemini the soul of the project, the marketing hooks, the specific user I'm targeting, and my own energy that makes ABI unique. Most of these apps are prototypes. If it just scrapes the live URL, it might only see a basic interface. When I talk to it, I'm telling it about the under the hood logic that might not be obvious just by looking at the front end. Many of the prototypes are on Vercel or Netlify. If a link is down and requires a login ticker input into the data, scraper might just hit a blank wall. But yeah, thanks for the advice. That sounded, I was like, whoa, I can do this like twice as quick. But yeah, it sounds like it's letting me know there's some important things that I won't be able to pick up just by doing that. But there is a hybrid approach that would speed things up a little bit. I could give it the app name and the URL. It'll visit the URL, analyze the structure and code, and then ask me some questions to make sure it's not missing anything. That sounds like a good idea. I'm going to start trying that from now on. Okay. So I found like a middle ground. Awesome. All right. What is next? Chart Clash. And yeah, maybe, maybe Gemini doesn't even realize. Maybe I could just give it the first one and it understands it really well. But either way, yeah, it's good to know it could do that because even just doing this like hybrid method should save me some time. So the next one is Chart Clash. The next app is called Chart Clash. So yeah, it didn't ask me any questions, and it seems like it did it. This is awesome. Yeah. So I just had to try it, and it looks like it worked. Respect. Yeah, man. I'm same here, man. I'm really excited to see this hub is getting going. I really wanted to start it yesterday so bad, but um I really didn't put much thought into well, I put a lot of thought in like what I want the hub to be, but as far as like everything I'd need to do to build it, I just pretty much started that research process yesterday, and it took me a lot longer than I thought. So yeah, this stream would have been much slower if I would have started yesterday. So plus it doesn't hurt just to take a break and celebrate being done with phase one. You have friends who are into all the trading stuff. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I mean, yeah, this is like I'm trying to make it so it's so easy. I know a lot of people really don't want to get into it because it's just so there's so much to it. It's so complex. There's a lot of learning, but I'm trying to really bridge the gap. What I'm going to do is make something that can transform anybody from a beginner to a pro, and basically get them ready to go so that they can be financially free. So yeah, I know you're talking about you're basically building businesses and stuff with nothing. But you know, that's cool. I'm sure you'll be able to do it. But yeah, I would highly recommend understanding finance and not waiting till you actually like start getting rich, because I mean, you just keep building stuff, you'll be there before you know it. And it's way better to put a little bit of work into this, have like a basic at least understanding, so that when you do start getting extra money, it's not just going to be sitting in the bank getting the bank rich. Because most people don't understand, when they put their money in the bank is investing that money, and the bank is taking your money and they're keeping all the profit, and they're giving you like a really low interest compared to what they're making. So yeah, it's knowing this stuff is major. You should be getting rich, not the bank getting rich off of you. All right. Not only that, but you build your company up big enough, one day you might want to take your company public, might want to put it on the stock market, and it's a good idea to understand how that all that's going to work, because that is like the ultimate to the business game. I feel like that's kind of the last level for like building a business is going public, getting on the stock market. Some people don't want to do that. There's good reasons for not doing that. There's good reasons for doing it. But that's I feel like that's like once you do that, you've already like that's like the last level, the boss level. So yeah, I used to watch the videos where they tell how to get into trading and the tools, but you kept feeling overwhelmed. Yeah, that seems to be the major pain point. So that's what I want to solve with this central hub, is make it so not only is it not overwhelming, that it's also fun, that that people will feel like they're making progress in record time, and they're gonna have a coach, so they're gonna be directed down the right path to match their specific personality style with the right kind of investing for them, and and then ultimately, if they want to, they can build their own trading bot that's based on their style, and be able to use the hub to make the trading bot get better every month or week or whatever they want to do. All right, so ready for app 8. 8 is going to be Cloud Compass. And in your country, there's a lot of business opportunities. You're not joking like a lot sometimes. It's niche or big. Um, that's cool. Yeah, more opportunities, the better. I remember you said you're from Caribbean, so yeah, they're definitely doing good business down there. I don't know too much. Well, certain countries I do more than others, I guess. But yeah, definitely would like to do business like internationally with all countries. That would be awesome to even if I'm just keeping that's another thing is like I should add stuff about keeping your money in like the best banks. Like you can do like different offshore strategies. Like I know a lot of people put their money in the Bahamas. Um, yeah, there's a lot of potential out there. I know some of those Caribbean islands you can like buy like a dual citizenship. Yeah, so much awesome stuff going on down there. So yeah, let's see. Cloud Compass is next. The next app is called Cloud Compass. From starting today, you're gonna learn trading. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Feel like feel like by the time this hub is up, yeah, you could get pretty far. So the hub would definitely take it to another level, adding in like the coaching and stuff. But yeah, man, take advantage because you also got me. You can ask me questions, while I'm on the stream, and I will help you. So yeah, man, I highly recommend it to everybody. I think it's one of those things where the potential to have financial freedom with investing and trading is like more open. It's like a bigger opportunity. Like the door is open to like everybody, and anybody can do it. There's so much money floating around the markets. So yeah, respect every time. All right, so the pain point on this one is this one's all about Ichimoku clouds. It's famous for being a messy chart. Beginners often see five overlapping lines and shaded cloud and immediately close the tab because it looks like noise. They miss high probability trend entries because they can't distinguish between a minor pullback and a structural trend shift. They trade against the cloud, essentially trying to swim upstream against institutional momentum. So the transformation, the hub transforms this complex indicator into a 4 out of 4 alignment score. Before, people are staring at a spaghetti chart and feeling overwhelmed. By that, I think they mean just like stuff all over the place that they don't understand. After a simple bullish bearish confidence meter, the user learns to wait for all four elements price, TK cross, future cloud, and rear view to align. It turns a feeling into a flight check before takeoff. So then there's going to be the AI coach data. So stop guessing the trend, follow the compass. Cloud Compass strips away the complexity of the Ichimoku cloud and gives you a simple 4-point flight check for every trade. So yeah, you want to be able to make money to do the major projects that you have, and essentially like gaining investment money. Yeah, that could definitely work. I can tell you right now, it's not going to be fast money. It's going to take you a while to get there. You don't want to be in a rush, but start learning, and before you know it, you'll be making profits consistently, and more money you have working for you, the bigger profits will get. And I feel like, yeah, I want to make it this like as like gamified as possible too, so that it's just like fun that people, people can get hooked to like playing these different games and make it fun to learn. Awesome. What's next? Earnings insight. Oh, I should be able to search. Here we go. Yes, you can start with $0. Definitely. That's the way to go. You can paper trade. So paper trading, I know some of my apps have these functions. Paper trading is basically like trading with fake money, and that's how you want to start. You want to start trading with fake money, and then once you're consistently profitable trading with fake money, then you want to switch over to real money. And even when you start trading with real money, I mean, you could be trading with like $10. Um, you could be trading with like a very small amount of money from the start, and that's the best thing to do because uh once you have real money in the game, there's some new things you got to think about that come down to like fear and greed and like the way people's brains work with like having money on the line. But the best way to solve that is to start trading with an amount that it doesn't bother you. So if you're trading with $10 and you're only risking 1 to 2% per trade, you're only risking what is that, like 10 or 20 cents per trade. So like you're not gonna it's not gonna like keep you up at night worrying about that. Like a lot of people, they will start with like big amount, maybe like $10,000. Back in the day, before like the past 5 years, when they used to be you had to pay a fee for every trade in the stock market. If people wanted to trade, they needed to have like, I think it was like 25K or more, something like that, just to even like start trading on like Wall Street and stuff. So many people would have to start trading with like way over their head and lose a lot of money, but not anymore. The game is changing. All right, so we got the earnings insight. The next app is called Earnings Insight. And I will have a free tier on the app, or I mean the hub. Like all these apps are free right now, but when the hub is going and it actually like incorporates the coach and everything, there will be a free tier that should like have people like get them enough to they can start seeing some progress and see what's possible. So with this one, we got a fundamental truth machine for the hub. Most of the tools so far focus on price action. This one explains the why. By focusing on the expectation gap, I'm teaching users why a company can report good numbers and still see its stock price tank, a concept that baffles almost every beginner. We got the pain, the earnings trap. Beginners often buy a stock right before earnings because they feel like the company's products only get crushed when the stock drops 10% on good news. So the symptom is confusion and frustration. If Apple made billions of dollars, why did the stock go down? Um, the result is people lose money on high volatility events because they don't understand that the market trades on expectations, not just raw results. So this is going to take people on a transformation from surprise observer to earnings analyst. The hub will turn the chaotic earnings season into a logic driven event. Before it was like gambling on earnings, like a coin flip. After understanding the corporate report card, the user looks for the surprise percentage and the mismatch between executive narrative and SEC filings. So they'll move from guessing to anticipating how the expectation gap will trigger price moves. The AI coach will be like a fact checker. So knowing the score before the opening bell, earnings insight bridges the gap between Wall Street's expectations and reality so you don't get trapped by good news. All right. All right. Next one's going to be ETF overlap. The next one is going to be called ETF overlap. So this tool is a brilliant addition to the portfolio management pillar of the hub. This is going to address a sophisticated but common investor mistake, the illusion of diversification. Most people think buying 5 different ETFs means they are diversified, but as the tool will show with the S&P and QQQ example, they might just be paying different fees for the exact same top 10 stocks. So the pain is diversification illusion. People think that they're getting diversified, but they're actually just doubling down on the same mega cap tech stocks and usually paying more when they don't have to in fees. That's another thing with ETFs. So I'm just like, I don't really like ETFs because like, why should I pay a fee? Like, why should I pay someone to like manage stocks when I want to do it myself? I can do it myself. Like, I don't need to pay a giant ETF fund. So another idea for this hub too is like I could have this hub kind of manage its own ETF fund. I was like having that idea and just have like way lower fees. So like if the hub can manage it, I don't need to charge that much for fees that like these big like investment industries are doing. Okay, so the transformation goes from overlap trap to lean portfolio. The hub transforms a cluttered list of tickers into a high efficiency engine. So before it was like owning the whole market, but actually just owning the same 10 stocks 5 times over. After, you can have strategic allocation. The user sees the shared DNA between the funds and can choose the one with the lowest fee or the most unique exposure. It turns asset collecting into risk engineering. Then the AI coach can act as like a fee and risk auditor. So people can stop paying double for the same stocks. ETF overlap uncovers the hidden shared DNA in your portfolio so you can cut the fees and find a real diversification. All right. Next app is called Fibonacci Friend. Fibonacci levels and traffic light signals, the red, gold, and the green. All right. The next app is called Fibonacci Friend. Fibonacci Friend introduces the golden ratio of trading. The previous tools helped us find trends in volume. Fibonacci Friends help us find the exact entry during a pullback. It's the patience tool, teaching users that they don't have to chase the price. They can wait for the price to come to the mathematical rebound zone. So the pain, chasing the green. Beginners often see a stock pumping and buy it at the very top, only to get stopped out when the price naturally pulls back. The transformation from late entrant to golden ratio buyer. The hub turns the math of nature into a trading blueprint. Before, feeling anxious that a move is leaving without them. After strategic calm, the user draws their friend, the Fibonacci levels, and waits for the price to hit the golden ratio. They realize that pullbacks aren't scary, they're discounts provided by the math of the sequence. As you can see, we're looking at that Figma. So, never mind. Can't get that ad to go away. But yeah, I was showing you the guys that chart at the beginning. Like, that's a major, I think he was saying 70% drop down from when it just came out back in August. So that's like a 70. If you believe in that business, it's discounted to buy the stock like 70% right now. But I mean, it could keep going down. I haven't attached any indicators to that chart, but that's a good example, I think. Now I remember Coinbase was one that was like followed this one really good. See if it still does. Yeah, see, can see Coinbase follows these Fibonacci ratios very well. And look at what Coinbase did, just like Figma, right? Came out, it was super hyped up. Everyone was saying, oh, Coinbase is going to be public now. Everyone's got to buy it. Came out, kind of did his thing to where, like, took a little dip, came back up, but boom. Within a couple months, it went from dropping at like $350 to down to like 45. Even I remember buying it at like $35, thinking like, how is this possible? Coinbase is only $35. Like, no way. That's like the best deal I've seen on a stock in a long time. And not too much longer. So you kept hitting this bottom part of the ratio. Here's the golden ratio right here. Came down, and right now it's floating right around the golden ratio right now. So yeah, there you go. All right, Fibonacci friend. Because the trend is your friend until the end. Code. Just going back to the comments. Hillside, yeah, I remember you. Hope you're doing good. Respect every time. Your wealth management advisor. That ETF overlap tool will be super useful for people without an advisor. Respect, yeah. So like essentially, I feel like this central hub will be able to do almost everything an advisor does. Not only an advisor, but it's like an advisor and a trading coach in one. So yeah, I think I think I think you being a wealth management advisor, I think it would be very beneficial for you to start understanding like how you can use Claude Code to help your clients in ways that other financial advisors can't. I think there's a lot of opportunities that you have right now with Claude Code that you could learn how to use it, and it could create better like customized plans for your clients. I know I in my family I have members of my family who are financial advisors, and I was just like starting to talk to them about this, and the main thing they seemed to be like concerned about was they felt like they didn't basically trust AI. They're like, I don't feel like I could trust putting my clients' informations into AI. And I was trying to explain to them like you don't even like you shouldn't have to like do that. Like you couldn't like you wouldn't even have to give them their name. Like you could just put like information in that wouldn't be like be able to be used. I mean, there's a lot of ways to like work around it, but yeah, I can see from like a lot of, and that's just not financial managers. I've talked to accountants, I've talked to other people, and their main worry seems to be with like putting information into LLMs, and they don't even understand like Claude Code or what it does or what it's capable of. So yeah, there's a lot of value you could provide because I have a feeling that the finance industry is just going to be more and more automated with AI over time. It's going to be able to do like almost everything advisors and trading coaches do. All right, we got app 11. Now goes app 12. That is going to be the Forex flow. I believe this was the yeah, this was my last app that I made. So right now it's the Tokyo session. And this one's got a practice, like I was talking to Kai earlier about paper trading. So essentially, like there's a practice paper trader right here. It gives you starts you out with 10K, lets you understand what you're doing, understanding the different and this doesn't have every, like this is kind of just a sample. This doesn't have every currency, just like the main ones. So yeah, this can get you started with Forex really quick. All right. The next app is called Forex Flow. So this is like an onboarding ramp for the 7.5 trillion a day foreign exchange. Think about that. $7.5 trillion a day is floating around foreign exchange markets. So if you even got 1% of that, I mean, what would that be? Like, just guessing 1% of 7.5 trillion is probably like $750,000, something like that. Even 0.01% would be like $75,000. So yeah, stocks move on earnings, currencies move on geopolitics and interest rates. This tool is essential because it introduces the concept of the pair. The idea that you aren't just buying an asset, you're trading the strength of one entire nation against another. All right, so the pain, the leverage trap. Forex is the most dangerous market for beginners because of extreme leverage. I believe it. The symptom: beginners see that they can control $100,000 with only $1,000. They take a trade, the price moves 0.5% against them, and their entire account, well, that would be half their account, is wiped out in seconds. But still, that's like, yeah, that happens a lot. So the result: account blowouts. They don't understand how pips translate into dollars until it's too late. So yeah, I see Hillside, you've been using Claude and others since last year, and you're building some pretty big tools. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm sure you have a massive advantage when it comes to most people for understanding finance stuff. You built a private GPT that runs locally so that you can trust it with clients' information and meeting notes. There you go. So you already know that's a major hurdle is keeping client information classified. So the hub, or this part of the hub, will transform people from gambler to calculated flow. Provides a safe sandbox for currency mastery. Before, it was like throwing money at a high leverage platform and hoping for the best. After, people are able to use the pip to paper calculator and practice arena to visualize the math before the risk. The user learns to respect the ninja, the yen, the king, the dollar, and understand their unique personalities and drivers. And there's the AI coach. That's more of like a risk controller. It'll make sure that people aren't like getting in over their heads with too much risk. So people can master the world's money. Forex Flow gives them the practice arena and pip calculators they need to trade global currencies without typical beginner's blowout. Okay, back to the code. The next one is going to be Insider Edge. Simple guide to CEO buying and selling. There is another CEO tool. This one's a little bit different. The next tool is called Insider Edge. I'm also wondering if I already did this one. I know I had two tools like this. I think this is different. Just let me know if you see me listing the same tool more than once. So yeah, respect. Back in the comments, be watching for the hub for sure. Think it's going to be awesome. Yeah, I know it's going to be awesome. I believe it's going to be the best finance tool in existence. You remade the Fed chairman game yesterday in 2 prompts. That's awesome. Yeah, it's like a Creative Commons. What was the Fed chairman game? I must have just called it something else. I remember we were talking about that too. Oh yeah, I don't think that was an app I made. I think we were talking about. Oh yeah, we were talking about someone had a Fed chairman game, and then after COVID, like it got taken down or something like that. Yeah, if you want to share it, that's cool. I'll definitely if you want to put it, I don't know if you're in Discord, put it up in Discord. That would be the best place. But yeah, if you also wanted to send the link, I would share it on the stream for sure. That is a good good make some kind of variation to it that I could add to the hub in some way. Oh yeah, capital buys was the other one, so this one's different. Capital buys. Oh yeah, capital buys was tracking politicians. Insider's Edge tracks the corporate insiders, the CEOs, the CFOs, and board members. Okay. So the pain point is smoke and mirrors. Beginners often listen to what CEO says on TV or in an interview. However, talk is cheap. Remember Jamie Dimon, all those he's the I believe the owner of JP Morgan. He was one of the biggest criticizers of crypto and Bitcoin and other like major talking heads that the news likes to talk to all the time, the financial news about stocks and stuff. Man, he was one of the biggest critics of Bitcoin. Jamie Dimon, I remember that. He was always talking about how it's like it doesn't have any value, it's not worth anything. But he was also buying it at the same time that he was going on the news and saying this stuff. So it goes to show, like, he was going on the news talking bad about it, hoping that it would bring the price down. But he was like secretly buying it. And now the pretty much like all the big banks have been buying crypto, and it is no longer a just a retail thing. The institutions are totally in crypto now, and like all those institutions were talking like they would never ever take a part in crypto, but here it is. Here they are, only a few years later, and they're heavily invested. So the transformation is like from listening to words to watching the wallet, watching what they do instead of what they say. So the hub provides a skin in the game filter before taking a company's press release at face value, after verifying the narrative with Form 4 filings. The user learns that a cluster buy when the CEO, CFO, and director all buy at once is a much louder signal than any interview. Turns the user into a corporate detective. Oh, so the yep, that's pretty much all I remembered was you can act as the Fed chair and raise and lower rates, but I didn't remember that the Fed Bank of San Francisco made it. Okay, that's good to know. So it was actually made by the Fed. Um, and then they stopped making it, I guess. So that's interesting. But yeah, nowadays I would not want to be the Fed chair. That that's crazy what's going on right now. Um, I guess in a game, but not in real life. It is a totally different scenario than what it used to be a few years ago. Oh, okay. So we got number 13 done. Ready for the next one. Got invest a tax. Oh yeah, this is the tax one. The next app is called Invest a Tax. Solves the one problem every successful trader eventually faces, but no one likes to talk about: the tax bill. Calculate the difference between short-term and long-term capital gains, helping people move from gamblers to wealth builders. Most traders only look at gross profit. They don't realize that if they hold the stock for a year, or for over a year instead of under a year, they could lose an extra 15 to 20% of their gains to the government. So yeah, taking people from gross gains to net wealth. The hub can provide a post-tax lens for every trade. So yeah, I mean, this hub should be able to essentially like have everything under one roof, so it could like do people's taxes as well, at least their taxes in regards to all the investments they made. And the coach would help with that and help with like tax strategy. You know, it can let you know like, hey, you're about to sell this, you're maybe a couple days away from holding it for a year, and you're gonna have a lot more that you're gonna have to pay to the government for taxes if you don't wait a few more days. Or hey, you just sold this and now you're about to buy it back again, you won't be able to take that tax loss. So it's not about what you make, it's about what you keep. See what's next. The level lock. Yeah, respect again to Kai, man, because yeah, he gave me this suggestion just to use the URLs, and even though Gemini said it wouldn't work, seems to be working fine so far. The next app is called Level Lock. This tool is a massive win for trading psychology and risk management pillars of the hub. A lot of traders have a habit of changing their plan in the middle of a trade. Fibonacci friend tells you where to get in the trade. Level Lock ensures you actually follow through on the most important part of the trade, the exit strategy. So the pain is emotional goalpost shifting. When a trade starts going against a beginner, they often move their stop loss just a little further. I've done that. I've definitely done that to give the trade room to breathe. You get stopped out at like every time, and then you're like, I just need to put the, looks like I'm gonna get stopped out, better change the, but yeah, that's definitely a beginner move. Takes a while to get past that phase, but I'm gonna make it so it's hopefully not even a phase that people have to go through. Basically a transformation from negotiator to systematic executor. The hub provides a mental deadbolt for your trades. That being said, too, crypto, Bitcoin, Definitely looking like it just broke out of the range and it's retesting the top of the range, which is a major buy signal. So you can stop negotiating with the market. Level lock turns your trade plan into a mathematical deadbolt, so you can stop moving the goalpost and start trading like a pro. Right, here we go. So yeah, I'll show you guys the Bitcoin right now. I guess this is not showing that enough of the price, but essentially right here where it's hidden is the what used to be resistance. Like it broke out, came back, went under, broke out again, now came back down to test. And this is a huge thing. I remember trading Bitcoin before the institutions got in. Now the institutions are trading it a lot, and it acts a lot more like a stock, but it still moves way more. But just to show you, it used to be a major buy signal. Every time Bitcoin would like this would be a previous high. Every time in the past, usually people would buy when it would like break out of and like break above the previous high. But I've noticed since the institutions got in, it's been they've been like manipulating that. So every time it seems like crypto or Bitcoin breaks a new high, that's when like a lot of traders would be conditioned to buy, and then it just stops them out. And then it go up, break it, and then people will get in, and it will go against them. So really now it's better with crypto to kind of expect that if there's a breakout, it's going to go back and retest, and then that's kind of where I've been doing my trades is I'll wait once I see it break an all-time high or like a recent high. I know most likely it's going to come back down. All right, so anyways, back to the flow. All right, so the level lock is done. Awesome. What is next? MACD Mentor. Not seeing it there. MACD. I don't see. Maybe this one is on. I think this is one of the very first ones I made. This one might be on. Thinking this one might be on. What's it called? Netlify. I'm not seeing it for whatever reason. I don't know if I just didn't push it. Maybe that was one of the first apps I made. But let's see. I do have a README, so that should be good enough. Oh yeah, that's more than enough info. Okay. The next one is called MacD Mentor. I was not able to find this on find the repository. So basically I found the read MD file. I'm going to paste that here instead of the URL. This one combines the trend with the momentum. I used like a season, like a weather metaphor. So it's explaining like what it's translating what's going on, like it's a weather update. Um, Pain point is trading against the tide. Beginners often see a bullish cross on an indicator and buy immediately, not realize they're doing so in the middle of a massive long-term downtrend. Takes people on a transformation from technical indicator slave to market meteorologist. Provides a stoplight filter that enforces patience. Awesome. The AI coach is like the confluence specialist. Don't fight the seasons. MACD Mentor synchronizes the market weather with historical probabilities, so you only strike when the trend and momentum are on your side. You just strike when the iron is hot. Iron sharpen iron. The next one is the market mood. Real time sentiment from news, social media, and market indicators powered by AI. The next app is called Market Mood. Critical sentiment tracker. Helps traders identify when the market has become emotionally overextended in either direction. Designed to help users follow the Warren Buffett rule: be fearful when others are greedy and greedy when others are fearful. The pain is the herd mentality. Retail traders almost always buy at the peak of greed, when everyone's talking about a stock, and sell at the bottom of fear, when the news looks the scariest. So the transformation from follower to contrarian. The hub provides a sentiment gauge that warns when a reversal is likely. So before, people would feel FOMO, fear of missing out. After, they can see an extreme greed reading and recognize it as a warning signal to take profits instead of buying. The AI coach can be like an emotional anchor. Moving on through. More than halfway. Get there sooner than I would thought, as I would say. Then I can get more done today than I thought. That's awesome. Next, we got the option gauge. I remember this one. The option spread gauge. We got an option gauge and an option spread gauge. That's right. Okay. Awesome. The option gauge is for option, and the option spread gauge is for option spreads. Yeah, I really like how this one's got the red, gold, and green color scheme. I like how that looks with the dark mode. The next tab is called option gauge. And I remember, yeah, this is where I found out that in the English language, the word gauge is very confusing and it has different spellings for the same meaning. And the way that English language works for this one is if you were talking about it from like 100 years ago, it's spelled one way, but if you're talking about it in the recent times, then it's spelled differently, but it has the same meaning. So I feel like AI should like, I feel like AI could make its own like simplified version of the English language that people could communicate better and easier. Since English is kind of the language of the internet, I think that would help a lot of people. Uh, Kind of like globalization for business and the internet. Okay, so there's some good metaphors. The main pain point, the invisible theft. Option traders often buy a call option, the stock goes up, but their option loses value. They feel like they've been robbed by the market. A lot of this comes down to understanding theta decay. Options have the three Greeks, so time is a factor in options. But as another tool shows, sometimes you can be in option trade where the price can go up over time. So there's a lot to learn with that. The transformation from blind betting to strategic simulation. The hub provides a risk x-ray for every option contract. All right, and the coach is like a Greek translator. You can see the invisible forces moving your money. Option gauge turns the complex Greeks into a simple visual simulator so you can master the clock and the volatility before you place a trade. Awesome. So alphabetically, it would make the most sense that the next would be the option spread gauge. Or option spread sage, that's right. Yeah. All right. Option spread sage. Back to the browser. Sage is like a wise person. This was definitely one of my favorite apps I made. Just does so much. This always seems like option spreads always to me. That was something I like spent a lot of time like studying, still never figured it out. And then I created this tool and it was like I understand option spreads like 10 times better than I ever did from like reading like multiple books of just like I don't even know an hour of using this tool. All right, so we got the URL. This is a URL. What? Was that a URL? That is weird. Oh, because I was clicking on stuff. That's why. That makes sense. The next app is called Option Spread Sage. This is the strategy architect for the hub, while Option Gauge explains the forces of a single option. The Option Spread Sage teaches the user how to combine them to lower risk and cost. So this is like the next level to understanding options. And there's a lot that I can do with this too. Like this does a lot with just being a standalone app, but once this is wired into the hub, this is going to provide way more value that it can be used with like risk mitigation. Like there's so much I can do. Basically transitioning the user from a high risk gambler to a professional house trader who understands how to use one option to pay for another. There you go. The pain is the premium drain. The pain is the drain. Buying single options is expensive. If the stock doesn't move fast enough, excuse me, the trader loses 100% of their money due to high premiums and time decay. So the transformation goes from high cost buying to spread efficiency. The hub provides a strategy blueprint for lower cost entries. Before paying 500 for a single call and praying for a moonshot, after using a vertical spread, selling a further out option to subsidize the one you bought. The user learns to lower their break-even point and offset their melting ice cream, the theta. That was just the analogy that was used for this app. The AI coach is like the spread architect. So people can stop overpaying for their plays. Option Spread Sage teaches you the pro hacks of the options world, showing you how to use spreads to cut your cost and boost your win rate. So yeah, another major thing is this for security. The reason I'm doing it like this, I was building these apps publicly, and also I've got the most importantly when it comes to security, I've got all these apps on my public GitHub, so anybody can see the code, anything like that. So basically, if I were to like have just like one big project that like all this stuff was a part of the major like the main file, like if this was all in the same file as the hub, then people could break into the hub through any one of these apps. And even though I'm not a security expert, from what I understand, it'd be pretty easy for them based on me building it publicly and having the information on the public GitHub. But now, because all these apps are going to be like detached from the main hub, if someone tried hacking into one of these apps, they wouldn't be able to get into the main hub through hacking one of these apps. So if you're building something that's like a a big site that has a lot of different features, just for security alone, it's a good idea to do what I'm doing and have like uh or this the blueprint file, blueprint MD, and essentially then you could have it so everything is separate. So that does a lot more than just security. There's other reasons too. But yeah, what's up? What's up, Wise MD? Good to see you again. Another day, another dollar, making the business flow, doing what I know, and figuring it out as I go. So, hope you're doing good. Going through building the start of phase 2, doing something new. I'm taking the first step and making the blueprint. This is the blueprint for the central hub. Phase 2 is all about building the hub. I'm gonna build the best finance hub on the internet, or I guess anywhere really. Um, the best and by far the most affordable. So this is not another app. I guess from what I understand, this is going to be too complex to make it an app like on the App Store. Maybe not. Maybe when I get done, there is a way that I could like put this whole hub on the App Store. But this is not an app. Essentially, all the apps I created are going to be wired into this blueprint or into this hub. And the blueprint is where yep, I'm combining the ones I did. And so I'm creating a blueprint file that has all the information for all these apps. And the everything with the hub is gonna like the hub itself is gonna be like a separate entity from these apps. So this blueprint is how the not only the hub itself, like the main website, is gonna kind of communicate with all these different features or apps. But there will be like a coaching and some other features as well that are all going to need to be on the same page and communicate with each other when it comes to user on the hub and what they're doing. So that's what this is going to do. This is like the first step. Well, I guess technically the first step was building out the basic file structure that I built out, which isn't the entire file structure, but I did that first. Now I'm building this blueprint. So just doing this one thing at a time. I've got like the first, I got the very good vision of like what I want this to be. Well, really, right now I only know kind of steps 1, 2, and 3. So each day I'm gonna see how far I can get. I was thinking today I would probably only get through step 1, but it's going quicker and it's even kind of fun. I thought this was going to be the most boring part, but this is helping me. It's like bringing back the memories of creating everything and give me a better idea of like how this is all going to play into together. So let's see. I just did 19, the option spread sage. Yep, that was that. So now I'm back. So yeah, they're going to be all combined together. And project, nope, LLM. There we go. What's next is the order book truth. That's the last one I made. I was thinking it was a different one, but nope. Or wait, maybe, yeah, no, the order book truth, that was day 29. That's right. That is right. Can like a lot of, oh yeah, this one takes a minute to refresh. Looking like more robots, more trading bots on the buy side right now. The next app is called Order Book Truth. This is where the hub moves from lagging indicators to real-time reality. Map 20, order book truth provides a window into the rawest form of data available. The interaction between limit orders before they even become price action. So like the market mood tells you how people feel. Order book truth shows you what they're actually doing with their capital. Main pain for this one was the ghost breakout. Traders often see a stock price start to rise and they jump in only to have a price hit an invisible wall and crash back down. So a lot of people ignore the order book. They don't see the buy and the sell walls. And this takes things a step farther to where people not only see the buy and the sell walls, but they can see if a buy or a sell wall is most likely just market making bots. So it takes people on a transformation from blind charting to order flow radar. The hub provides a depth of market view that reveals the hidden ceilings and floors. So before, guessing where support and resistance might be based on old candles. After seeing a buy wall, a massive stock of orders in real time, the user realizes that the floor isn't a line on a chart, it's a group of people with millions of dollars waiting to buy at a specific price. So the coaching is like a liquidity scout. There's a lot of things you can do with this tool. See where the charts are hiding. Order book truth reveals the massive walls of money where big players are hiding, so you can stop hitting invisible ceilings and start trading where the real liquidity lives. So how did I get the idea and brainstorm? Uh the idea for the hub. I don't totally understand like how I get ideas. I do I have been kind of investigating this. I'm definitely someone who studies like consciousness. I know a lot of my good ideas personally come from like meditation, from nature, being in the elements. But ideas, I kind of see them as floating around a collective field of consciousness, and ideas just go to the right people. And if you can tune your mind and train your mind, it's like a skill to get better and better, just like, tapping into ideas. So ultimately, I don't know. Um, Scientists are looking into understanding consciousness better. I usually try to stay up to date with that, but I understand that ancient cultures and like, ancient meditation monks, yogis, people like that, I believe they understood consciousness and understand consciousness much better than any modern day scientist does. So ideas are part of consciousness, I believe. No doubt, that is deep. That is deep. But that is my truth. I do not know exactly where ideas come from. Some would say Akashic records. Some would say a quantum universal mechanism. Some would say just through consciousness. So, anyways, app 21. Is going to be the PE pilot, price to earnings ratio. I feel like this was the like first tool I made that was like complex and on another level. And price to earnings ratio was something that I knew about. I knew it was very complex. So I did not pay much attention to price to earnings ratio because the main thing I did not want to sit there and listen to all the buying stocks. Some people do, but I never liked listening to their earnings calls. All right. Oh, P pilot, that's right. There we go. When am I gonna give you Claude? Oh, that's right. Yeah, sorry about that, man. I can do that. I can do that today, man. Cause you were I remember you did post that it was like one of those tools that kind of shows you like a view of like indoor space and like how you could like change it. And I was gonna, yeah, from what I saw, I was gonna give that to you. I was just super busy yesterday trying to get everything ready to start phase 2. I was hoping to go live yesterday, but by the time I was ready, it was like midnight. So I'm like, no, that's too late. But yeah, I'll get that to you. Just remind me again if you don't see it. So let's see. We got the PE pilot. Spot the bargain, stick the landing. Not many people are good at sticking landings. The next app is PE Pilot. You sent a DM at Discord. I'll accept you and I'll send you that link. Be there. That was the name. I remember that. Over here, over where, over there. All right. Let's see. We got the PE Pilot. Uh, this is the value compass for the hub. P-Pilot takes the most classic valuation metric in history, price to earnings ratio. Yeah, this was before like the internet, back when people used to trade without like all those technical indicators that they could get off the internet. All they really had was well, not all they had, but the main thing they had for the best like information were the earnings calls, where they could get listen to the earnings calls and know what the company was saying. And then a company would say how much they thought they were going to make, and it would show whether they actually hit their target or not. And yeah, this is like the OG of finance info. P Pilot, the pain was paying for hype. Beginners often buy a stock because it's going up without realizing they're paying 100 times earnings for a company that only grows at 5%. So yeah, there's a lot to this too, that everything's not what it seems. It can be very deceiving, this information, a lot of times. And the symptom, a lot of people are buying great companies at a terrible price, or they're buying, because of this information, maybe a terrible company at what they think is a great price, but the company's really just going out of business. But the PE ratio doesn't really it's hard for them to understand, to see that transformation from price follower to value hunter. The hub provides a valuation landing strip for every ticker. Okay. AI coach is like the value controller. All right. So I see your comment. Do I believe if you could do an agent for each app you did and let them communicate with each other and make decisions, trade could be profitable? Yeah, I think that would probably work. Um, but it sounds like if you did it like that, you would not be learning. The agents would be doing everything. So you would just be like blindly following the agents. So you wouldn't be creating your own style. And I think at the end of the day that agents are still not gonna see everything a human does. That I understand even right now, like I see what's possible, and all this stuff really even with agents, it's only gonna guide you in the right direction. But if you learn this stuff yourself, if you instead of having the agents make decisions for you, if you have the agents teach this stuff to you so you can apply it, you will be a better trader. You will make more money than the agents could. Um, but yeah, there's a lot to that. Uh, definitely, definitely a lot going on in the future with stuff like that. So let's see. Just go into go into Claude. Boom. Check your DM, bro. Just sent you the link. What is the minimum amount of money you need to start trading? You should start trading with no money. You should start. It's called paper trading. Um, and I think honestly, you should just start investing. Don't look at it as you're starting to trade. Just focus on when to buy. Trying to focus on when to buy and sell is going to be a lot. If you're a beginner, go paper trade. There will be a paper trading feature function on the hub that I'm building, but paper trade with fake money and just be focusing on when is the right time to buy. And then over time you'll see like, okay, this was a good buy. This I bought this too early. This I bought this too late. Once you get the buy part down, then start focusing on when to sell, and then you can be a trader. But I would not try to jump straight to being a trader. I would start as an investor. Start doing paper trading for just buying, just investing. Just consider that you're just gonna buy it and hold it forever. Don't worry about when you're gonna sell it. That should be 1 week of Claude. So yeah, you're welcome, and hopefully you build some awesome stuff. Let me know what you build. Go ahead and put it in the Discord when you're done. It'll be cool to see. All right. Go general. Okay, what's next? That is going to be just did P pilot. Got the squeeze snap tool. Squeeze step tool. This is definitely one of the first ones I did. It's in like purple UI. It looks horrible to me, but yeah, I can change that UI for sure. See. Right now you're building a Viso into AI data analyst agent. That's awesome. So what are you using to build like before you have Claude? What was your workflow, I guess? What agents were you using? So yeah, this one's all about Bollinger Bands. The next app is the Squeeze Snap tool. This one's all about Bollinger Bands. This one focuses on the most powerful phenomenon in technical analysis, the Bollinger Band squeeze. Pain, the sideways trap. Traders often get bored when a stock stops moving. But that is exactly how it works. The stocks do something super exciting and then the news reports on it. And then it gets a lot of people in trading off emotions because it already made the move. Then it calms down for a long time usually and everyone gets bored and stops thinking about it. And then boom, right when everyone least expects it. So here is an indicator to transform people from boredom to coiled spring awareness, like a volatility pressure gauge. Seeing a flat chart as dead space after recognizing a tight Bollinger Band as a coiled spring, the user learns that the narrower the band gets, the more violent the eventual snap will be, turning patience into a high alpha strategy. The AI coach is like the pressure monitor. All right. Oh, so you have a GitHub student, which gave you Claude, but stopped giving it last week. Okay, yeah, I've never heard of GitHub student. Um, must just give you like sounds like a free like trial of Claude. Tab 22 is good to go. Back to the flow. Moving through it quick. Stock hype checker. It's the next one. Actually, I think this is the first one. Believe. Yep. I already did the stock hype checker. All right. Basically RSI. So the next one is actually Stop Loss Scout. Should be number 23. Yep, on point. 6 more to go. Stop Loss Scout. Learn exactly where to draw the line. So you can see right now. I would actually use this right now. I'm thinking like Bitcoin is going, it's retesting the what used to be the resistance. The resistance is now support. It broke out, and now it's retesting, and this is usually a major buy signal. So it's showing where you'd want to put your first or only stop loss. The best place to put it would be right underneath this candle right here. So it's saying the exact part you'd want to put it on. It kind of makes me want to get in a new trade right now. I had man, I bought like down here, I think it was, maybe even lower. But I remember that day I was on the stream and I was like, "Oh man." Like it was like hitting up here, maybe about up there or something, and I was like, "Oh dude, it looks like it's hitting resistance," and I sold a bunch of it. And I think I sold like 75% of that trade and maybe another 25% like up here. And it ended up like going, I was thinking this was going to be the top. It ended up, and I missed like this whole move, and I've just been waiting to get back in. And this looks like the time right now. So yeah, it just did that and got pushed back down. But anyways, so this is the stop loss scout. All right, the URL. The next step is stop loss scout, aka stop loss scholar. So back to the comments. You're a CS grad. You understand a lot on how to develop using LangChain to set up the agent workflow. Oh, so you don't even need, yeah, you don't even need like these tools. You just know how to like code. So yeah, that's awesome. Um, you're able to set up agent workflows, and you also have a full boilerplate with full integrations like auth, payment, email database, design, AI tools. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't even know what a boilerplate is, but I know what all those integrations are. Um, so you just build on top of it on each project, and you don't have to build everything from scratch. That's awesome. Um, yeah, I gotta look into that. I gotta take a note to look into boilerplate. All right, so we got the stop loss scout, the emergency brake of the hub. Single most important habit in professional trading, knowing exactly when you are wrong and having the discipline to exit. It is not easy. Well, it is for me now, but I remember as a beginner, that was one of the most difficult things was like knowing where to set the stop limit, which I was really bad at, and then actually letting it hit instead of trying to keep moving it because I didn't want it to get hit, and that can be a never-ending game. Um, so the pain point, the hope strategy. Beginners often hold on to losing trades, hoping they will turn around. They treat a stop loss like a suggestion rather than a rule. Transformation comes from going from vague fear to calculated exit. The hub provides a strategy based safety net. So, for example, right here, this Bitcoin trade, right? you buy it right now, or like I would buy this right now, and I would set my stop loss right here. That's only just about 1%, right? So if it goes down and it goes past here, it will automatically sell. So most likely, because this is like strong support now, this used to be strong resistance. Most likely if it breaks here, it's going to go down to the next level, which is going to be about right there. So instead of getting in a trade and watching it go all the way back down to there and staying in it, you could just sell it here, wait, it goes back down here, buy it again, set it, and then you'll have a whole new stop loss at that level. But yeah. All right. And this one, code. So I see it's basically that boilerplate. It's basically a template. Um, so I'm guessing that that's more something that like a coder would use, and not like someone who's using tools like Claude Code and stuff. But sounds like you could have that stuff, those integrations, kind of like in a MD file from the start, maybe. But yeah, I've never integrated a lot of that stuff like payment. I did email, I did a database. Uh, the design, I've just had MVP, so I haven't really been doing too much on UI design and stuff. So yeah, I'll be learning a lot, and it's good to know that that exists, so I can kind of understand like how to implement that in the future and stuff. Um, it's like a full project template, and then you continue to code with Claude. Oh, okay. Awesome. I will definitely check that out. Got the link and I got the note. Awesome. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. All right. What's up? Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing good. Respect every time. So what's happening here today? Starting phase 2, as I would say. I am doing the blueprint. Starting out, created a quick folder structure, and I'm creating the blueprint right now. This is going to be most of the features of the finance hub. And essentially, well, I'm putting in most of the features and then I'll add more later as it makes sense. But this is like the hub is going to be separate from the features. The hub is going to communicate, uh, with the coaching part of it, with the any kind of agent I might have, and so basically, like all these different parts of the hub are all going to be referencing this blueprint, and just put it in app 23 or 29. So yeah, moving through this quick, getting done with step 1 quicker than I would have thought. All right. Yeah, I just did that one. Stop loss scout. What is next? Strategy sniper. There we go. What did this one do? This one was oh yeah, this was like the finding a strategy that you can backtest different strategies, and this would be like the first step to building like a custom trading bot. Once you get the strategy, then you could build the trading bot. Then you would just have to try the trading bot in real time. So we got Strategy Sniper. Definitely one of my favorite apps I created so far. The next app is called Strategy Sniper. And I got Gemini program, so I just have it look at the URL, tell it the name of the app, and it gives me the exact information that I need to to give to Claude Code in the plan mode, so that I can create the hub blueprint. Oh, respect. Yeah, I see that. If I want to buy the template, buy it with the referral link right there. Awesome. I was gonna say I'd write that down, but that should stay in the chat so I can go back when I'm done and check it out and see what it's all about. Awesome. Respect every time. So we got the patience pillar of the hub. Strategy Sniper is where a user learns to stop forcing trades and starts waiting for the market to come to them. So yeah, with investing is like you don't want to try to predict the market. Think of it more like reacting to the market. So the market will make moves, and good investors and traders will wait till the market does something that is that makes their strategy work. That their strategy is like they already have rules, so when the market aligns with their strategy, then they make the move. They don't try to guess what the market's going to do. Well, some of them do. Some of them are better than others, but if you pay attention to so-called professional investors, um, whether it's on the news or the internet, you'll see that they're wrong a lot of the times. Like the one, man, that one guy that's just like, can't remember his name. I wouldn't even say it if I remembered it, but he's on like one of those main trading or investing and CNBC maybe something like that. But yeah, that man, they treat him like he's like some experienced investor, but I swear like the majority of the recommendations he makes are just very, very bad. And even me as like a beginner, like when I was a beginner, I was like, what are you talking about? That is like, but he's all part of that hype machine. So yeah, anyways, yeah, I'll check into that referral and I'll let you know what I think. If I'm looking to get it, I might just get it directly from you. Especially if a better price is something you can do. Sounds like it's really useful too. So, let's see. The pain is overtrading and trigger itch. The biggest account killer for entrepreneurs is the need to do something constantly. Um, I think they meant for traders, but I guess either one. Um, yeah, people take trades a lot just because like it might not be good trades, but they just feel like they want to be in a trade, so then they make bad trades. Um, the transformation from machine gunner to elite sniper. The hub provides a checklist locked entry system before seeing a green candle and hitting buy instantly after a mandatory 3-point verification. Does it align with the plan? The coach can be like a range safety officer. Final gatekeeper. All right. Stop spraying and stop spraying and praying. Start playing. There we go. All right, back into code. Let's see what's next. Got the trade sprint next. Trade sprint is it's like a game. It's like a paper trading game. I remember this one. I think this is the first game that I created. Yep, and I remember this was the first time I did a leaderboard. So you get a score at the end, and if you do good, you can put yourself on the leaderboard, and it will be permanent. You don't even have to create an account or anything. But yeah, it wouldn't make sense, I don't think, to have a leaderboard just for this. I think with the hub, it would have its own leaderboards if that's something that I did. So let's see. Trade sprint. The next app is called Trade Sprint. This is the agility and execution layer of the hub. Trade sprint is designed for the high intensity phase of trading where the analysis is done and the only thing left is the rapid execution of the plan. Strategy sniper is about the wait, trade sprint is about the movement. Tactical timer for the trades. The pain point is analysis paralysis. Even after a good setup appears, many traders hesitate. They want to get maybe one more green candle or maybe even have one more red for the price to go lower. So this will take people on a transformation from hesitation to flow. There you go. The AI coach can be like a pit crew. All right. So you can turn your plan into action. Trade Sprint is the high-speed execution dashboard that eliminates hesitation and helps you catch the heart of every market move. Awesome. So yeah, I just noticed the comments. I just gave you the referral link. So basically, I get, it looks like it refreshed this month, but I thought it, so like it's weird. I thought my first month where I got max, it said I had 3 links, and my plan just updated like a couple days ago, and I gave away 2, so I thought I had 1 left, but now it's saying that I have 2 out of 3 to give. So yeah, I gave you 1. Maybe someone last week just didn't use it. I'm not sure, and I only have 3 forever. But yeah, that should give you a week, and it's not something that I paid for. It's something that I get for free as a part of my subscription. But maybe in the future, if I can find a way, if there is a way for me to pay, that I could give those out. I think that would be that's something that I'd like to do, kind of like every week or something. That have it like a contest for the Discord for people that um want to show or even market what they're creating. They can put it on there, get advice, have people try it out, stuff like that. So yeah, I would just do kind of maybe over time I could get some kind of like voting system in for other people can vote on what they think is the best. But right now I'm just going on like what I think is the coolest thing, and not many people posting right now, so it's just basically competition between you and the guy that I gave the code to last week. So just didn't want to give him 2 weeks in a row, but I would give him another one in the future if he has a cool project. So I don't want to be like only one you can win one. Um, I mean, basically, I did gift it to you because I only have like two or three. But yeah, from what I understand, I could go on the internet and people are paying for those. But yeah. Anyways, that was app 25. Um, there is a gift feature on Claude. Oh, okay. So you can gift people those too. Okay. Yeah, maybe I can do that for the future. All right. That was 25. What is going to be next? Trade Truth Journal. Yeah, this one was think out any app I built, this one would give me the most value personally. This was something I was doing like manually before I created this app. I remember this was the first one that I had to do the Supabase database because it remembers trades over time. So you would need to create an account for this one. But now, like, I don't need that. All the accounts are going to be through the hub. So, but at least it helped me understand how that works. With having accounts, you need databases. All right, so the next app is called Trade Truth Journal. And yeah, the AI agrees with me. This is arguably the most important tool for long-term survival, and I would also say for improving over time. Most traders lie to themselves about why they lost money. The Truth Journal makes it impossible. Uh, takes someone from repeating mistakes to pattern recognition. So like everybody's got different personalities. Everybody's brain works a little bit differently. Um, most people make the same mistakes over and over. They're not even aware of. This tool will recognize it after 10 trades. It'll start doing like a coaching analysis, taking people from blind luck to data-driven growth. This will be an emotional and technical audit. It's really easy to look at your technical indicators and be like, okay, well, I bought when these indicators lined up and I sold when they lined up. But it's much more difficult to be aware of like what your state of mind was, where your energy was, where your mind was at, with every move you make, and that's what this is going to do, and bring it all into one database. So we got this one. Go into Claude. Next app is the trend friend, because the trend is your friend until the end. Oh yeah, this is one of the earlier ones before I had the this is just moving average trend indicator. Um yeah, the UI is not so good. So this is definitely one of the early ones before I had my Claude MD with the style stuff. But it's a very simple function. The next app is called Trend Friend. Two more to go. So this one is like a contextual compass of the hub. The ultimate filter that ensures you never accidentally fight the market's primary direction. The tool that reminds every trader the trend is your friend until the end when it bends. It's like the full verse. Um, Taking people on a transformation from tunnel vision to multi-time frame clarity. Awesome. So the next one is volatility forecast. The next app is called Volatility Forecast. This is the risk radar of the hub, designed to help the user prepare for the storms before they hit. The market mood looks at current emotions, and squeeze and snap looks at Bollinger Band tightness. The volatility forecast looks at statistical probability of a major price expansion using the VIX and historical implied volatility. So the pain is the unexpected storm. Many traders enter a position during a calm period only to have their stop loss hit by a massive unexpected 3% price swing that they didn't see coming. So the transformation is going from being caught off guard to prepared for impact. Awesome. So after the blueprint, do a PRD MD and then Architect MD. Awesome. Yeah, I do have the next steps. I believe those were just check real quick. Yep, so I've got Style Guide MD, a Claude MD, and then Architecture MD, then User Journey MD, but I do not have the PRD MD. So I'm going to take that down for a note. Yep, it's all about getting all the right information in a Claude to help it better, save context, um, make it so that when it's actually ready to build, it has everything it needs. Starting with the blueprint. All right, that was 28. Got 2 more to go. Or no, 1 more. Yeah, that's right. Because the first app I did was not finance app, so it won't be on here because that was an app for where to find free parking in the city of Chicago. That doesn't have anything to do with investing. I guess maybe unless you work at the Chicago Board of Trade. But if that's the case, there's no free parking out there that I know of. Maybe unless on Sunday. Well, anyway, yeah, we got the whale volume app. Whale volume tracker. The next app is the whale volume tracker. yeah, this is gonna be the last one. Then I get to do something that is more fun, which is gonna be the name. Creating the name is fun, but finding a name that has a available .com URL usually not so much. But yeah, I really like creating names for businesses or apps or whatever it would be. Um, this is the heavyweight tracker of the hub, the whale watcher. It solves the problem of invisible accumulation, designed to help the user follow the smart money by identifying when the massive institutional players are entering or exiting a stock. Order book truth shows the walls that might get hit. The whale tracker shows you the volume that's already happened. It's the definitive proof that a major player has arrived. Awesome. So yeah, respect every time. WiseMD good to see you here. Hope you get a lot of use out of that Claude Code. Let me know if for some reason it doesn't work. And yeah, respect every time. Until next time. Yeah, I'll look into doing a $20 Claude gift contest. Hopefully they keep giving me the free links with each month of my subscription. But yeah, we'll see how it works. Um, all right. Awesome. All 29 MVP tools are now audited and documented. And then they already went and categorized them into different categories. We got technical analysis tools, fundamental intelligence, psychology and risk management, sentiment and psychological tools, real time data and order flow, advanced derivatives and simulation, portfolio analytics and planning, global market onboarding, core engagement loop, and macro analysis. Awesome. The Hub Blueprint MD is not done yet, but it's got all the app's already made, and I'll be adding more stuff to it for sure. But right now I can it's got enough information that it should be able to use that to create a name. All right, so now comes the business part of the hub. So basically, first thing I want to do is find the number one problem that this hub is going to solve, and just basically understand how it solves that problem. From what I understand is like, you know, there's nothing on the internet that has all this stuff, which it would include coaching. Um, Maybe like an individual coach would provide their students with all these tools, but I mean, the price that someone's going to pay for a coach is going to be, 100x or more for what I would be able to charge people to use this hub. So basically, go ahead and let me know what you think. What do you think? Research the internet. Um, find like basically like the main gap in the market. And what that gap or problem would be, and like what the solution would be. All right, here we go. Already built the bricks. Selling a systematic defense against retail failure. Doesn't sound very, does not sound like a good marketing way to put things, but okay. Based on current 2026 market data, here's a breakdown of the big problem. Number one problem, the execution education gap. The gap in the market isn't a lack of information, it's a lack of intervention. 90 to 95% of retail traders fail, but not because they don't have a strategy. Can't be that bad. Maybe for trading, but yeah, probably not for investing. They fail because of emotional self sabotage. Exactly. You could have all the tools in the world, but if you don't have a coach to, or you're not tracking the emotional side of it, um, so yeah, that's where like the coaching comes in. So basically, I see that like everything out there, you already got the tools. They already got the tools out there, but they're not structured for beginners, and they can't fix your problems of like FOMO or like selling at the bottom or not being able to sleep at night because you made a trade that was too big or something like that. And fragmented workflows. Okay, yeah, because everything's in different places. The reality, a trader watches a YouTube video, buys a subscription to a charting tool, and then tries to trade on an app. These are these three things are disconnected. When a trader gets scared or greedy, there's no coach there to stop them from making a $2,000 mistake in 30 seconds. And that's how most people learn. I was saying that I listened to, there's this really awesome podcast that's called Chat with Traders. And it's this like Australian dude. And he interviews like the best traders, best investors in the world. And I mean, I think there's like more than 100 episodes. But I listened to a lot of them when I first started trading. And one thing I remember that they all pretty much had in common was like pretty much all the best traders all ended up blowing like at least one, if not two accounts, meaning they lost all the money in their account at least once or twice. And, like then they like quit and then they like just couldn't, time passed and they're like, no, I got to do it again. And they just never gave up and they went back into it. But back then, like I was saying before, back in the day, if you wanted to trade, you had to have an account that was like, at least like 20K, I think it was. So we're talking about people that would like save up like $20,000 and then lose it all in like a month or two. And then they couldn't quit. So they like put in another 20K. And then they probably lost all that again because there was not, they didn't have, they didn't have access to what I'm about to create. So, yeah, I believe if all these traders back then, a lot of these guys even like worked on Wall Street, so they would and what they were saying was like they worked on Wall Street and it was all their friends in the pit that was like, they were watching and these guys were giving them advice and but then as soon as they put their money in the game, all those guys that they thought that were their friends, they all traded against them and they all just kind of misled them, they kind of felt. But that was how it worked. That was how they were talking about it worked on Wall Street. Like seemed like everyone was looking out for them and helping them learn until they actually put in their real money and then it was like up for grabs. And that was just kind of like I guess what a lot of people said how it works. So anyways, and I mean that's the real world too. You got the retail traders, like the everyday people, and then you got the institutions, the banks. And they're mostly trying to get the retail trader, like the everyday people's money. And essentially the retail traders mostly are trying to get the bank's money. So, but yeah, I think the future of like AI and getting people on the right place and mentally and educationally is going to change the game. So let's see. Number one problem: emotional self sabotage and fragmented workflows. So that was basically not having a coach for emotions and having everything not in the same place. I'll write that down. So the solution would be to have the coach for the emotions and tracking emotions and having everything in one place. So like right now, a professional human mentorship in right now costs between 3,000 and 15,000 for a 3 to 6 month program. This prices out most retail people. The millions of people who have $500 to $5,000 a trade but can't afford a human sensei, human teacher. So yeah, I'm changing the game. I'm changing it from talking about a minimum, probably not the best coaches are gonna be uh about $500 to $1,000 a month. The really good coaches out here are charging like anywhere up to like $3,000 to $5,000 a month. Um, I'm looking at charging like for the free tier, which would be the same thing, or I mean the free tier, obviously free, and the paid tier, I'm looking at charging like starting out like something like $15 a month. So that is a massive, massive discount, and it should be not only everything a coach can do, but better because the coach is always there for you, like 24/7, not just when the coach is like doing their, maybe they give you like an hour of Q&A a week or something. So anyways, the hub solves this by providing institutional grade discipline at a SaaS price point. So you get a unified workflow and active intervention. Institutional grade discipline at SaaS price points. Right. That's going to be my favorite part. One I wanted to do from the start, but I'm going to get the name. And yeah, if you've never started an LLC and never had to find a good name for a .com before, you're going to see a good process because I've done this many times. It's gotten much more difficult more recently since AI. More people registering a lot of businesses based on AI. So it's harder to find a .com name. Every year, more .com names get taken, but I've gotten better at finding ways around it. So this is going to be interesting. All right. So yeah, most trading platforms are built by software engineers who don't trade or traders who don't code. I'm an entrepreneur using vibe coding to build at 10x speed. I would say more like 100x. But anyways, the logic, I can iterate on the AI coach faster than a corporate firm like TD Ameritrade or E-Trade ever could. The value. While these bigger companies offer education articles, I offer interactive guardrails. So this finance hub doesn't just show you the market, it protects you from yourself. I'm going to automate the discipline of a $10,000 a month hedge fund coach and put it into a single dashboard for the price of a gym membership. All right, that's what the world needs. That's what I totally see. I see the world needs this so bad. So many people don't understand how, I wouldn't say easy, but I would say comparatively easy. Like comparing how difficult it is to find a job, do all the resume stuff, get your qualifications for that job, take yourself to and from that job every day. I mean, compared to learning to invest is way easier than you know any job I could ever think of, any career. Um, of course, and you can do both at the same time. You can totally work a job and invest. Investing, the job is going to demand a certain amount of time for you. Investing is whatever extra time you have, and I mean, even if that's like 1 hour a week, I'm confident that this hub I'm building is going to get people where they need to be. It's going to take them on that transformation from, maybe they know nothing, maybe they just know a little bit, maybe they've studied a lot, but they're just a losing investor trader to winning trader to financial abundance. That's what it's all about. Because really, like, I mean, how many people would spend their free time like day trading if they weren't making money? I mean, maybe some would, but who knows? For the next step, I want to create a name. Um, so I think what I'll do is I want you to come up with at least 30 different ideas for a name. And also let me know if you think Claude Code Plan Mode would be a good place to also get ideas for a name. It's all about balancing institutional trust with modern speed. Gonna want a name that sounds like a professional edge but feels like a high velocity startup. So yeah, plan mode is excellent for this because it can analyze the actual file structure of the 29 apps, see the common logic, and suggest names that reflect the technical reality of the code. And that's why I did the blueprint MD before I did the name. Usually I would do this, the problem and solution, and the name. Usually I would do that first, but I can get a better name based on what I've got so far. Um, so they give me 30 name ideas. I'm gonna get and they gave me a prompt. I didn't have to ask. So I'm gonna look at the names from Claude first. 29. I would make about 30. So I was looking over the legacy apps directory. Oh, okay. Yeah, I gave it like a bad prompt. So That's right, I didn't. Okay. So I should have said looking at the blueprint. But also, yeah, I didn't tell anyways. Three most recurring themes, so this is giving me more information about like why it's coming up with what it comes up with. Three most recurring themes: emotional discipline and psychology, the dominant pain point across the entire suite. Words like FOMO, emotion, hype, panic, hope, impulse, amnesia, and herd mentality appear in nearly all the apps. Transformation consistently moves users from reactive emotional states to systematic rule-based behavior. I would agree with that. Got the hidden information and invisible forces. There we go. Users are consistently losing because they can't see what's actually driving the market. Sell walls, institutional volume, insider trades, congressional moves, expectation gaps, volatility forces. The transformation is always about making the invisible visible. Got mathematical precision over gut instinct. The tools repeatedly replace guessing with calculators, ratios, probabilities, and backtested data. ATR-based stops, Fibonacci zones, PEZ scores, confluence scores, win rate comparisons. The hub's core promise is replacing intuition with math, taking people from gamblers to people who know, to the people who are playing as the house and not against the house. Just gonna say the ones I like: Alpha Board Intelligence, TradeMind HQ, Signal Forge AI, Mind Market AI, Cold Blood Capital, Steady Edge AI, Iron Mind Trading, um, Clear Signal AI, Deep Sight Trading, X-Ray Markets, Lens AI Trading, Precision Alpha, Quant Edge AI, Trade Ascend, Coach Alpha AI, Masterflow, the Trading Dojo. Yeah, AI must know I like Kung Fu. It's talking to me about dojos and senseis and like everything I do. Nexus Trading AI, the Gatekeeper. Okay. Now I'm gonna look at the Gemini suggestions. The Sovereign Terminal, Vantage Hub, Strategy Vault, Sentiment Trader, Trading Sensei, Agentic Alpha. Got the could have it like different styles. Could have it like trading styles, be like kung fu styles. Like they could like put people into different styles. We got like the Iron Claw, the Drunken Master, the Monkey, the Eagle Claw, Tiger Style, the Wu Tang. Can't forget that one. Shaolin. and then and then just like convert them to like trading analogies and have it be like Have it be like kung fu analogies, but for trading. Kind of like that idea. Cognitive capital. That one's the catchiest by far, I would say. The guardrail system. Sprint finance. Rapid yield. Trade kinetic. Flow state hub. Pure logic finance. Trade stack, quantify, market mind, synth trade, echo finance. All right, and then AI says it can check the domain availability, but whenever I've had LLMs check out the domain availability, it just doesn't work for some reason. But let's see if it works. I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna test it on this. I don't like sovereign terminal. I will list my top favorite names, and I want you to do a check to see if the .com names are available. So yeah, cognitive capital and market mind, I think are the best so far I've seen. Let's get some of these from Claude on here too. And anybody in the audience has any ideas for possible names, feel free to let me know. Yeah, I really like something that implies that it's a coach, like Coach Alpha AI. The trading dojo. I only kind of like that one though. Like I think that sounds like a fun idea, the like kung fu style translation, but I don't think as far as my understanding of business and marketing, like it sounds cool to me, but I don't think most people would. I think that would just be really confusing for most people. Um, all right, let's see what it does. Trading Sensei is available. Flow State Hub, Pure Logic Finance, Trade Mind HQ, Iron Mind. Coach Alpha AI. So they're thinking the best one is Trade Mind HQ. Let's see if there already is a Trade Mind app. Trade Mind. GPT of trading. Yeah, so someone must have got the same idea for the name from AI. Um, so you ask it a question. I mean, this just basically sounds like an LLM. Like, yeah, no wonder, because I did some market research to like see like what my competitors were, and this one didn't even show up. So, this I don't see anything here that's different from like you could just ask an LLM any question that you have. Interact with TradeMind just like ChatGPT, right? So why would you got the testimonials? I mean, this site looks nice. Let's check it out. Um, yeah, if it can't even auto, I like sites that it can like automatically put in my info. Definitely don't want to show the password on screen, but yeah, I'll just look at this later. It doesn't sound like it really has like tools. This is like maybe like 10% of what I'm building is gonna do. So yeah, because that and see they don't even this is not even trademine.com. This is .ca. So wow. Yeah, Trademine is a good name. AI must have recommended it to a bunch of people. Um Notice there was another one, trademine.pro. Yeah, all these people. So this is what happens to a lot of people. Take a note of this if you're wondering about like monetizing something. Get the .com. Get the .com because whoever controls this .com can just take business from all these people. All these people who they put in good marketing. So like this is just journaling. This trademine.pro. Uh, so basically this is just like a journal. Um, let's see what they have. They got some analytics. Trading community coming soon. How about a coach? I don't see any coach. Got technical analysis, strategy playbook. So this is a lot better than the other one. The other one was just like a GPT. So you can connect to your favorite trading platforms. Okay, so they got connections with brokerages. Watch the demo. So this is basically like I have the Trade Truth Journal, I think it was called. Um, this is basically like a more like upgraded part of just one feature I would have, and this is like the entire. This is like the entire site. So they're charging for like just the journal here. Um, yeah, I can see how like seeing what I'm finding online, especially everything I looked up before. Like the main these guys aren't even weren't even considered like main competitors. But yeah, this is just like all these are just like one feature of what I would be having. Um, but this is definitely more of like what I'm doing than the first one. Um, See what their price is. Basic, yeah. So similar to what I was gonna be charging. Um, can import your trading history from various brokers. That is not something that I have, but I think most of my market would not already be trading, would not have that data, and something I could add. Okay, I'll take that note down. Yeah, so yeah, market research is really good. Definitely have been doing that for a while, off and on, since I really like had this idea for the hub. But yeah, it's good to like try it now and to see like these names that I generate. Just know that whenever you have AI generate names for a business, it's gonna probably have generated those same names for a lot of people before, and that's why it's making it so difficult to find .coms available for that. So you can see a lot of people made the mistake of this is trademine.pro. The other one was like trademine.ca. See what there's a trademine.ai. Copy trading. But this is just like throwing people to fish. I'm trying to teach them how to fish. And people become reliant on this. Um, so this seems to be like the closest thing to like the coaching aspect. Uh, Copy trading. I definitely don't want to have that because that already exists in so many places, and this is not going to teach people. I want people to transform into an actual good investor to where they're better than the AI helps them to get to be a better trader than if they were just copy trading or if AI trading. Um, Gives you alerts. It's like this doesn't really have like the teaching aspect of it. This is not trying to like make people give the transformation that what I'm gonna make is doing. Yeah, back to the comments. Welcome back. Good to see you again. So you hate the trading mentality. Um, you think more people should know about long-term investing into index funds like the QQQ. Yep. See, and that's what like the tool I want to do is not just trading. Like this is all for trading. I want to have it so like I'm getting people so where they can be good investors. Like all this is trading. Investing is the first step. Way too many people try to go from like not knowing anything about the market to just straight into trading. Investing is like the first step. You got to be a good investor before you can be a good trader, I believe. Um, and you're never going to get to be a really good trader if you're just like copying other people's trades or going off of like, indicators that are recommended to you by a site. So, yeah, this will help. That's a good thing. That actually helps me with my just getting the business the name so it's clear and making sure that that people understand like this is not a trading tool. This is an investing tool or yeah, so I want to think about more how to like get that across that it's not just for trading. Um it's also for investing. Investing is way more important. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stand up for a minute. What do I think about 401ks? Um, I think there's some good things about them and some bad things. I think that the best thing about a 401k is if you can have, because most people are getting 401ks through their employer, if your employer matches. So if you're getting a 401k and you have the option where you put in like $1,000 a month, if your employer will put in like another thousand. A lot of 401ks go based on you don't get to pick. That's, I think, the worst thing about it. You're not active. A lot of 401ks, you're buying the investing in, your company. Um, that's sometimes good, sometimes bad. Companies, if you don't have a choice, if your company, I guess you would know better than an outsider whether that's a good investment or not based on your specific company. Um, Another bad thing is like the taxes, the way the taxes work, the way you have to hold it for so long. So it's like, yeah, 401k is not so easy to sell that before you're like old. Who knows? Like, no one knows in life. I mean, nothing's guaranteed in life. How long you're gonna be around. Maybe a really good opportunity comes to you and all your money is sitting in a 401k and you have to pay a huge penalty just to be able to use it. Um, so there's good and bad. You feel like in the U.S., is it the U.S. is in so much debt that it is better not to contribute to that because it's going to disappear? Um, yeah, it could. I think that's more of a, what do you call it, Social Security, but 401k, because I'm not sure. Maybe you were thinking Social Security. 401k is like, like kind of like stocks, but like I don't see 401ks disappearing. But like you could invest in a 401k that goes out of, like, in a company that goes out of business, and then that's your investment right there. And not only is the US in debt, man, let me show you guys something real quick. United States household debt and credit card chart. Look at this. Oh, I need more than this. This is not recent enough. Or this is not long enough back. Yeah, that's not going far back. Here we go. This is better. This is United States credit cards and other revolving plans, all commercial banks. So this is like debt level. Um, then this is from the Federal Reserve. So really, like, this is the amount of debt people in America have. Um, and look at this, like from 2002. So this is about the past like 25 years. Look at these spikes. We are at a highest point right now of consumer debt, like just everyday people. Most people out here they got massive debts on their houses, massive debts on cars. Most people, you hear so many people talking about they're making 100K a year in America, which is like doing pretty good in America for at least like a job. But they're still living paycheck to paycheck because they have this debt. And the way debt in America is like credit card debt, that's like 30% interest you're paying. I mean, the amount of even a house, like, you're only paying 6% interest on a house, but if that's a couple $100,000, the majority of your payments are going to be going off to just paying the debt. And you're going to end up paying, like, even with 6%, you're going to end up paying like almost double for that house over the time. So basically, yeah, that's super interesting. So 401k it's kind of like a retirement pension thing in the fact that it's super hard to get your money out. Well, not hard. You have to pay like fines and fees if you want to get your money out before you retire. So they make it so you got to pay, like, you're still going to have to pay the taxes. But then if you want to take your money out early, you have to pay like pretty high fees to make it so it's like it's ridiculous to me. Nope, it's not really. 401ks are not really government retirement money. I guess you could invest your 401k into like some kind of government bonds or something like that, and then it would be in a way. Um, by the time Gen Z is old, you're not going to have Social Security. It's very possible. So yeah, 401k and Social Security is different. Social Security you pay in through taxes. 401k you pay um, just through your income, like the money you make. Um, and it's not automatic. Social Security for most people is automatic. Yeah, trillion just in credit card debt. I'm telling you, man, like this is so much more important than ever before to have people to just become investors. People become, they don't even have to be traders, just become good investors. And sooner you start, the better. Like investing is like compounding, making money over time. The longer you're in the game, the better. The earlier you get in, the more you can take bigger risks earlier and buy more investments that, Apple, like Apple, Walmart, these big guys, like, is like Apple going to double in your lifetime? Is Apple going to make twice the amount of revenue that they're making today? I would doubt it. Is Walmart gonna like double in value in your lifetime? I would really doubt it. It's the riskier moves that are gonna do the doubling or even like the 10x. Like you got more time, you can like invest more in those. But yeah, it's no joke. Um, so let's see. Back to these names. Oh yeah, I was going through the different trade mine. The best name I found. Yeah, so like talking about just contributing like 15% to an index fund on every single paycheck, maybe more if you do well. Uh that is a strategy, but I would say like I've got one tool that looks at different index funds and essentially like the kind of like the top 10 stocks in an index fund are really what carries it. And if in most cases if you would have just bought the top 10 stocks and not like the whole index fund, you would make more than actually having the index fund. And then you don't have to pay that fee. Um, Index funds are definitely like, automatic. Whereas like what I'm building is something where people can become like an active investor. Because the index fund, you don't really have to learn. You just, and that works for some people, but your potential to really like be financially independent from investing through index funds, I don't, this just not nearly as good of an opportunity as actually learning how to invest. um which one is the index funds? No, it wouldn't be the earnings insights. It would be the ETF overlap, I believe. Let me get that up right now. Yeah, so check this out. Like, these are like the top two, pretty much like two of the top index funds, the S&P 500 or ETF, basically same thing. S&P 500 and QQQ, but like they all have the same the main stocks that make up both these funds are the same. Apple, Nvidia, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, and that's most index funds all have those same stocks that make up the majority of the fund. So like those have all moved a ton over the past few years. They're looking like they're pretty much like, everything in the stock market's already started going down. But anyways, you can use this tool to see what's in the different index funds. And like you can find that if you'd have just bought these, you'd have probably made more because all these other ones usually don't do too much. But yeah, you can compare two different index funds. It's going to show you like the top ones and how they're only usually like 1% different. And both of them have different fees. So even though they're both basically the same thing, like one of them has double the fees as another one that you're paying each year. Um, so yeah, learning how to read these charts, knowing when to buy these like main, assets. You can look at the index funds to see what's in it, and you could just go buy this stuff yourself and not have to pay the fee. If anything, I mean, even if you only wanted to buy index funds, you could look at the index funds. You could use the finance hub that I'm making when it's done, and then you could apply all the right indicators to find out the best time to buy. Maybe I think right now a lot of these is a bad time to buy. Even like what is it, the Nvidia, the one tool that I had that looks like that looks at the CEOs and what they're buying and selling. Like the owner of Nvidia, I think it just showed he sold like 90 million of Nvidia. So like is the owner going to sell like that much if he thinks that the stock price is going to keep going up? Yeah, respect. Yeah, I'm glad you're getting value out of this because yeah, like I'm saying, there's so much. Like the way the system is set up is like just tell people to invest in index funds. Just get pay someone to like advise you and all that. And uh, this will like long term this can help you, but I mean, is it going to make you financially independent? No, I don't think so. This is like cool for like retirement, but I mean, how long is that going to be? You know? Wouldn't you rather learn how to do this now and be able to get ahead and be able to actually like learn and know that you're getting better over time and you're getting to be a really good investor? Because I mean, like I've been consistently buying investments that have been like doing more than doubling. Like I've been like close to 100% like with my like stocks averages over the past like each year for the past couple of years. With all my stocks averaged together for the gains. Crypto, way more than that. Uh, and if you get good at it and if you know how to set those stop limits right, stuff like that, I mean, there's a reason that the not only some of the best traders are just like insanely rich, but the best traders are so rich that they don't even like they get to be the best traders because they're so rich that they don't have the same fears and greed reflexes that we have about money. They have so much money that they've been doing it. Their mind doesn't like get scared about money because they've got so much they know. And that's like I remember listening to uh listening to a really one of the best investors in the world, and he was talking about. I believe this is on YouTube, and it's like a popular clip that went viral on there. And he was talking about like can you take this $100 bill and can you look at it like it's just a piece of paper? Or do you look at it like this $100 is like, food for a week, or this $100 is like, my whatever payment. So when you're trading and you're thinking like, oh, I'm down $100, are you looking at it like, oh, I'm just down a piece of paper? Are you looking at it like, oh man, this is like, or even if you're up $100, it's like, oh man, I'm up 100. I better cash out before that. I could lose out on like, this bill for a week or these groceries for a week. But that's where like the fear and greed comes in, is when you cannot just look at money like it's like just a tool or like just a piece of paper. You got to be able to, and that's what trading. That's another thing investing and trading teaches you. Well, not all of it. A lot of it. A lot of investing and trading without like the right coach is not going to teach you that stuff. This like more the psychology. So, anyways, back to this trade mind is like, yeah, I want to see if there's a trademind.com that's going to be taking business from all these guys. I'm sure there is. It's probably better than these. And this looks like a really, really, like someone's personal trading thing. Honestly, those other trade mine sites that didn't have .com had way better UI, I feel like. Yeah, this looks like somebody's like schedule a call. Like this is somebody's just like, yeah, kind of like their personal link is like a personal investor, or like something like that. But it doesn't look like this is like a tool hub or any kind of coaching or any kind of like AI coaching. Um, this must be the guy. Bio. Yeah, like this, and this guy's got, and I mean, if he were me, I would be like, dude, you've got the name that everybody wants to copy with all their different like websites using like .ca and .pro and .ai. Uh, you should be capitalizing on all that traffic, like all the people that they're sending to their sites because they couldn't be patient enough to find a good name to put for a .com. He could be getting all that traffic. But yeah, this is more like a personal like portfolio, or like, this is strange. But oh no. Wow. Yeah, I'm guessing this guy does not know how to vibe code. But anyways, I mean, it's cool. Like he's doing what he's doing. He's probably doing well. I mean, he's advising different nations and stuff. Um, but another thing, do I look at this site? I have no idea. Like I have to guess. I'm like, I think he's just trying to advertise his services to advise people. But like, you should be able to go on the site and you should be able to tell right away what it does. Like I should be able to look at this site and be like, oh, he's advising me for, you know, managing my portfolio. It should be like super obvious from like 5 seconds of looking at the site. But yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so that's definitely not and I believe, like I said, Gemini said that URL was available. Um, was that TradeMind? Yeah, TradeMind is not available. TradeMind.live. Wow. TradingMind.ai. Oh, .ai, that too. Trading Mind's taken. TradeMind. Um, There's trademine.com. Trademine.com is like they've got the main.com and their Google listing is like below all the like 10 other different sites. Okay. AI powered financial analysis. So this is just like taking data and analyzing it and technical analysis. But can book a demo. Why wouldn't they just give people a demo? That's weird. Okay, yeah, this looks super not professional to me. Um, it's like, why would I want to book a demo when I can't even tell what the site does? Like, I mean, I get it, it analyzes stuff, but like, what is the demo for? That like, yeah, I mean, it's. I'm guessing they got the name idea from AI. Yeah, bro, copy pasted a PDF, right? And like, yeah, this should be looking pro. Like, um, so let's see trademine.com, which, like I was saying, LLM said was available. Okay, this one definitely, like, I know what it is right away. Wait, that's funny. I just noticed something. So, this is not trademine.com, it's tradmine.com. So they couldn't get trademine.com, so they just bought trad. Like, oh, I'll just take the E out because I can get tradmine. That's available. Okay, so still haven't found the actual trademine. I did type in trademine.com and it took me to that guy's like personal website, but then the URL changed. So maybe he owns it and then he just like changed the URL so that it can like redirect from his old one. Wow. Okay. So everything I'm seeing is super unprofessional in my opinion. Like even if you got the best UI, like dude, like tradmine.com, like people are not gonna. That's funny. Um, chart analysis, but they're analyzing trading view charts in real time. Got a trading journal. Position sizing calculator, stop loss optimization. Yup, I got all that stuff. Alert system, yeah, I got that stuff. Alright, yeah, they're charging unlimited chart analysis, real time market insights, advanced trading patterns, priority email support. Ha, email support. Okay. Full trade journal system, risk management tools. Yeah, that's maybe like half of what I'm gonna be having with what I create. So you're seeing that I'm seeing in the comments, LLMs can't reliably check if a domain name is available because they don't have direct access to the actual domain registries or who is databases that hold the current status. If GoDaddy made an AI, that would be a good use case, apart from normal search. Yeah, it sounds like it would be possible if someone could make a tool. Well, I guess all you have to do is just go to like name.com or GoDaddy and just search something and find out. But yeah, for like an LLM to that would actually be, I think, a very good business tool. Yep, apart from a normal search. So think if somebody made an app where like it could you could just tell them your idea and it could like go and get accurate look to see if what .com names exist, and they could find you like instantly, like 10 or 20 available .coms that would be good names. I don't think anything like that exists. That would be if you're watching and you want a good idea of project to vibe code, I think that's a good idea. So yeah, it could brainstorm names, and it could only kind of like only show you the names that have available .coms. See how it works. Oh, that's what I already saw. So yeah, that makes me think I want a name that's like, it's just not trading, because I feel like that will, if trade is in the name, I feel like that's going to turn a lot of people away. This is like teaching people investing, not just trading. So that's good to do another round of searches. I'm going to take any names I think so far that I really like that don't have. Let's see, I'll just put them on a document. It's got trading in the name. I don't want to use it. So if you're just joining in, I am day one, phase two. What I'm going to do is create the best finance hub, tool, website, whatever you want to call it, in existence. And not just for trading, also investing, not throwing most of these websites, throwing people to fish, having people do copy trades, stuff like that, giving them the indicators. I'm doing something that's going to teach people how to fish. I'm going to do something that's going to turn anybody into, whether they just want to be an investor and they don't want to trade, or whether they want to turn into a trader, whatever area they want to trade, all like everything that's available all under one roof. And right now I am doing the business process part, trying to figure out a name. Um, yeah, Trade Mind. We were looking at Market Mind and Trade Mind. Iron Mind Trading. Nope. Just creating a list to the side that I can look at the names I kind of like so far, and getting rid of any of them that say trade, because this is way more than just trading. Okay, so yeah, back to the drawing board. Um, all right, so what I realized is I don't want the name to have trade or trading in it. This tool is way more than just trading. A lot of people I think would use this just for investing, and a lot of people I think don't want to trade. So I think that having trade in the name would turn a lot of people away. Let me know what you think and create a new list of 30 possible new names that are catchy and basically would, just by reading the name, someone would understand what the site does. All right, so we got, let's see. Yeah, by removing trade from the name, I'm positioning this as a wealth operating system. That sounds way better. Platform for long-term builders, not just short-term gamblers. Shifting the brand from high risk to high intelligence. Exactly. Now we're getting somewhere. All right, the market is moving toward unified wealth brains, where users want one place to manage their mindset, their assets, and their technical data. Here's some new names: Wealth Station, the Asset Lab, Capital Core, Portfolio Pilot, Mindset Money, Cognitive Wealth, Intellect Invest, the Wealth Brain, Ascend Wealth, Stride Capital, the Prosperity Hub, Momentum Wealth, Wealth Sync, Asset Flow. None of these are really catchy. I'm gonna give it a try with Claude Code now to see what they can come up with. So a lot of these names mention trading. After going through like the naming process, I've come to realize that I don't want anything about trading in the name because this app is way more than just trading. A lot of people I think would just want to invest, and this app could turn someone into a really good investor. I think putting trade in the name would turn a lot of people off. Go ahead and give me a new list of 30 different name possibilities that are catchy, and when someone looks at the name, they have an understanding of what the website hub would do. So let's see what Claude Code does in comparison to Gemini. Yeah, they agree. Trading narrows the audience and the vision. The hub serves traders and investors and people just trying to understand money better. The three themes still hold. Clear Edge Finance, Market Mind, they got that one there. Um, Money Mind, I really doubt that's available. Wealth IQ, Finance IQ Hub, Smart Money AI, Capital Confidence, that one's catchy. Capital Coach. So they would recommend Wealth IQ, The Gatekeeper, Smart Money AI. I really doubt any of those are available, but I don't even like it. None of those are catchy. Um, Gatekeeper is just like a horrible suggestion, I feel like. But yeah, looking at all these and seeing that I've been on this stream now for about 5 hours, I'm thinking it's a good point to end the stream for today, and then I can just kind of like meditate on these names overnight. Um, start out tomorrow. Start out tomorrow and just get the name down quick. Um, think that's the way to go. So not taking too much time, that this will interrupt the flow. Sounds like a good way to end the day. Hopefully you got some value off of what I had to say. I'm gonna be coming to you with new information with no delay. Just like the same thing on another day. So, I got this money information, keep you on the path the right way, making sure you don't go astray. So yeah, the machine has no limits, no doubt. Yeah, good night to you too. Hopefully you get success in everything you do. And catch me again another time, another rhyme. And more truth is what I will find. So now it's time for me to relax my mind, get some food, and I'm out for today.